The wheel. Long before the hum of engines and the glow of screens, long before paper, electricity, or even written language, there was a spark of human brilliance that quietly set the world in motion, the wheel. It is one of those inventions so deeply woven into the fabric of our lives that its origins seem almost mythic, as if it has always been there, turning with time itself. And yet, the invention of the wheel was not immediate nor inevitable. It was a profound leap of imagination, born from necessity, patience, and the complex interplay between nature and ingenuity. The story of the wheel begins in the deep recesses of human prehistory, a time when societies were just beginning to form along riverbanks and fertile plains. Agriculture had taken root. The domestication of animals was underway. But mobility remained a challenge. Early humans had no efficient means to transport heavy loads over long distances. Tools and containers had been fashioned from stone, wood, and bone, but nothing yet had been invented that could reduce the friction of movement in a meaningful way. It seems so simple in retrospect. Round things roll. But translating that into a device, a wheel attached to a stationary axle, would require a level of abstraction and craftsmanship that was not at all obvious to our ancestors. The first evidence of a wheel does not appear until around 3500 BCE in Mesopotamia, in what is now modern-day Iraq. Archaeological discoveries, including clay tablets and visual depictions from the ancient city of Uruk, suggest that the wheel initially emerged not for transport, but for pottery. The potter's wheel, a flat, spinning platform that allowed artisans to shape clay with newfound precision, was a quiet revolution in itself. This innovation demonstrated that controlled rotation had powerful applications, but it was fixed in place. Still, it was a conceptual step forward, a hint that rotation could be useful beyond art and craft. Sometime later, likely only a few centuries, though exact dates remain elusive, the idea of using wheels for transportation materialized. The oldest known depictions of wheeled carts are from Mesopotamian reliefs and pictographs dating to about 3400 to 3200 BCE. These early wheels were solid discs made of planks fastened together and reinforced with copper. It is striking that the invention of the wheel did not simply emerge and spread immediately across the world. It appeared in a few key regions, such as Mesopotamia and Central Europe, and from there gradually influenced distant societies. This suggests not only how complex the wheel was to design, but how significant a cultural shift it required. The real genius of the wheel lies not in the circle itself. After all, logs roll, stones roll, but in the combination of the wheel and the axle. A wheel must rotate freely around a fixed axle, which must in turn be supported by a stable frame, such as a cart. This requires an understanding of geometry, symmetry, and friction. Wooden wheels had to be carefully carved to fit snugly on axles, but not so tight as to stick. Lubricants were used, animal fat, water, or plant oils, to reduce friction. These may seem like small details, but together they make the difference between a device that turns and one that breaks apart. Over the centuries, the wheel evolved. From the solid wooden discs of early Mesopotamia came lighter and more efficient spoked wheels, first appearing around 2000 BCE, possibly in the region that is now Eastern Europe or Central Asia. These new wheels were lighter and faster, ideal for use in chariots, a fact that would dramatically reshape ancient warfare. The chariot, a vehicle of speed and maneuverability, changed the dynamics of battles and allowed empires such as the Egyptians, Hittites, and later the Romans to extend their influence over vast territories. But the wheel was not just a military tool. It became a foundation for commerce and communication. Carts and wagons allowed goods to be transported across great distances, facilitating trade between cities and civilizations. In China, the wheel enabled innovations like the wheelbarrow, which, according to some records, appeared as early as the 2nd century BCE. In India, large ceremonial and functional wheels were used in temple architecture, symbolizing not only motion, but cosmic cycles and divine order. Despite its simplicity, the wheel was not adopted everywhere at once. In the Americas, for example, wheels were known, as seen in small wheeled toys found in Mesoamerican cultures, but were not used for transport. This was partly due to the lack of suitable draft animals like oxen or horses. The environment, social structures, and available resources all played a role in determining how and whether the wheel was adopted. This highlights an important truth about invention. It does not occur in a vacuum. Every breakthrough is shaped by the world in which it is born. The wheel continued to evolve throughout the centuries. The invention of metal tools allowed for more precise shaping of wooden wheels, and eventually, the introduction of iron rims provided durability. In the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution brought about major innovations in wheel design, including the use of rubber and the development of pneumatic, air-filled tires. These modern wheels, used in bicycles, automobiles, and aircraft, were the descendants of that ancient Mesopotamian disc, sleeker, stronger, but still guided by the same principles. Today, the wheel is everywhere, often hidden in plain sight. From the wheels on our cars and airplanes to the gears in our watches and machines, the basic concept of circular motion has been expanded into countless forms. Even in the digital age, where bytes move faster than carts, the logic of rotation persists. The mouse wheel, the hard drive platter, the turbines that generate electricity, all owe a debt to that first turning shape. In many ways, the wheel is more than a tool. It is a metaphor for civilization itself. It represents movement, progress, and cycles. It reminds us that even the most transformative inventions often begin with simple questions and small insights. Who first looked at a round stone and imagined something greater? We will never know their name, but their idea, humble, elegant, and enduring, has never stopped turning. Writing. There is something uniquely human about leaving a mark. From the earliest handprints on cave walls to the delicate brushstrokes of ink on parchment, writing has served as humanity's most powerful tool for memory, communication, and imagination. Yet, the invention of writing was not simply about putting words on surfaces. It was a turning point that forever changed how humans think, organize, and exist. It allowed the past to speak to the future and made knowledge something that could outlive the knower. Before writing, stories lived only in memory and faded with the storyteller. After writing, they could last forever. The roots of writing stretch deep into prehistory, long before alphabets, poetry, or literature. For tens of thousands of years, humans relied solely on oral traditions to pass down information. These spoken systems were rich, rhythmic, and often poetic, designed to be remembered and repeated. But as human societies grew more complex, oral memory became insufficient. Trade required records. Laws demanded permanence. Religion sought to preserve sacred stories. Rulers needed a way to project their authority across time and space. And so, the need arose for a new form of communication, one that could transcend the limits of human memory. The first true writing systems emerged independently in at least 3 regions of the world: Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Mesoamerica. Of these, the oldest known system comes from ancient Sumer, in southern Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE. What began as a series of pictographs etched into clay tablets evolved into what we now call cuneiform, a wedge-shaped script made by pressing a reed stylus into soft clay. At first, it was used mainly for practical tasks, accounting for grain, livestock, labor, and trade. These early scribes weren't poets, they were accountants. But in recording commerce, they accidentally created history. It's easy to underestimate the intellectual leap writing represented. To turn sounds, thoughts, or objects into symbols, and then to train others to decode those symbols, required a new level of abstract thinking. The earliest cuneiform signs were simple and literal, a drawing of a fish for a fish, a jar for oil. But over time, the system became more sophisticated. Scribes developed symbols not just for things but for sounds and ideas. A symbol for star could also represent heaven or a deity. Writing began to move beyond the tangible world and into the realm of the symbolic. Not long after cuneiform, around 3100 BCE, the Egyptians developed their own script, hieroglyphs. These too began as pictorial representations but quickly took on complex grammatical forms. Egyptian writing was deeply intertwined with religion and ritual. Carved on temple walls, inscribed in tombs, and inked onto papyrus, hieroglyphs were a way of communicating with the divine as much as with the living. To write was to shape reality, to speak to gods, preserve a soul, or announce a king's greatness for all eternity. Far across the globe, in what is now southern Mexico, the Olmec and later the Maya created writing systems of their own, beginning around 900 BCE. The Maya script combined pictorial symbols with phonetic components, capable of expressing rich narratives and astronomical calculations. These scripts, like their counterparts in the Old World, required years of training to master. They created a class of professional scribes, people whose entire lives were dedicated to recording, remembering, and transmitting knowledge. As writing systems matured, they gave birth to an even more radical idea: the alphabet. Unlike cuneiform or hieroglyphs, which could have hundreds of symbols, alphabets use a small set of characters to represent sounds. The earliest known alphabet emerged with the Phoenicians around 1050 BCE, a seafaring people whose script was simple, flexible, and easy to learn. This innovation spread quickly through trade routes and inspired later systems, including Greek, which added vowels, and Latin, which would become the foundation of many modern European languages. The alphabet democratized writing. It lowered the barrier to literacy and allowed ordinary people, not just scribes or priests, to read and write. With the spread of writing came profound changes to how humans lived and thought. Societies could now preserve laws, standardize education, and coordinate large-scale governance. Writing allowed for the creation of history, not just remembered events but documented ones. It enabled science, where observations could be recorded and shared. It sparked philosophy, literature, and religion, all of which rely on text to transcend space and time. Sacred scriptures like the Vedas, Torah, Bible, and Quran were preserved and passed down through writing, shaping the moral and spiritual beliefs of billions. Writing also altered the very way people thought. Psychologists and historians have long debated the impact of literacy on cognition. Some argue that writing externalized memory, allowing the brain to focus on abstract reasoning rather than rote recall. Others suggest that writing introduced new kinds of logic and linear thinking, helping pave the way for mathematics, legal codes, and systematic inquiry. Socrates himself famously distrusted writing, fearing it would weaken memory and misrepresent truth. Ironically, we know his thoughts largely because his student Plato wrote them down. Through the centuries, writing materials changed from clay to papyrus, from parchment to paper, from ink to digital pixels. Each evolution made writing more portable, more accessible, and more durable. The invention of paper in ancient China around 100 CE and its spread through the Islamic world into Europe was a game-changer, allowing for cheaper and more widespread writing. By the time of the printing press in the 15th century, writing was no longer the domain of the elite. It was becoming a tool for the masses. Yet the essence of writing has remained the same. It is the act of fixing thoughts outside the mind, of making language visible and permanent. In this way, writing became the foundation of civilization itself. Without it, cities could not manage resources, governments could not enforce laws, and knowledge could not build upon itself across generations. Even in the digital age, where speech-to-text and visual media are common, writing remains the dominant form for serious, lasting communication. Perhaps what is most remarkable about writing is that it allowed humans to communicate not just with one another, but with the future. A stone tablet buried beneath the sands, a scroll preserved in a desert cave, a letter found in an attic. These are voices carried through time. Through writing, the dead can speak, and the unborn can listen. It is both a mirror and a bridge, reflecting who we are and connecting us across centuries. From the first clay symbols of Sumer to the blinking cursors of modern keyboards, writing has shaped how we remember, how we govern, how we learn, and how we dream. It is an invention that did more than change the world, it made the world intelligible. Compass. For much of human history, the world beyond the horizon was a mystery. Mountains loomed in the distance like stone guardians of the unknown, and the seas, vast and shifting, offered no clear paths. Travelers relied on the stars, the shape of the coastline, the direction of prevailing winds, or even the position of moss on trees to guide them. These methods, though sometimes reliable, were also fragile, obscured by clouds, dependent on memory, or altered by geography. To move through the world with confidence, People needed something more constant than the sky and more trustworthy than their instincts. That something came in the form of a small, unassuming object that would quietly reshape the destiny of nations. The compass. The origins of the compass lie not in a sailor's hand, but in the stillness of ancient laboratories and the curiosity of early scientists. Long before it was a navigational tool, the compass was an experiment in natural forces. In ancient China, as early as the 4th century BCE, scholars discovered that a naturally occurring mineral called lodestone had an unusual property. It could attract iron. More importantly, when suspended or floated freely, a sliver of lodestone would align itself in a consistent direction, pointed not to a place on a map, but to something invisible and absolute, magnetic north. At first, this property was more of a novelty than a tool. Chinese scientists used it in geomancy, a form of divination known as feng shui, to determine the most auspicious orientation of buildings and tombs. These early compasses were often shaped like spoons, with a lodestone spoon resting on a smooth bronze plate. The spoon's handle would mysteriously spin to point south, guided by the Earth's magnetic field. It was a marvel of natural philosophy, an invisible force made visible through human ingenuity. It wasn't until around the 11th century CE that the compass found its way into the hands of navigators. Chinese records from the Song dynasty describe the use of a magnetized needle, floating in water or mounted on a pivot, to guide ships at sea. These early marine compasses were revolutionary. For the first time, sailors had a reliable method of orientation, even when the stars were hidden by clouds or the sun dipped below the horizon. The ocean, once an unpredictable and dangerous expanse, became a highway of possibility. From China, the knowledge of the compass began to spread westward, carried by the currents of trade and war. Arab merchants and scholars learned of the device, possibly through contact along the Silk Road or in port cities bustling with exchange. By the 12th century, the compass had reached Europe, where it was swiftly adopted by Mediterranean navigators. The first European references appear in the writings of English and Italian scholars, who described magnetized needles floating in bowls of water or mounted on wooden discs. These rudimentary devices were soon refined into dry compasses, with needles balanced on pins and enclosed in protective cases, more practical for the rough conditions at sea. The arrival of the compass in Europe came at a pivotal moment. The age of exploration was dawning. With the help of the compass, European sailors began to venture farther from shore, pushing beyond familiar waters and into the unknown. Portuguese and Spanish expeditions sailed down the coast of Africa and across the Atlantic. Italian navigators like Christopher Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci charted new lands, their ships guided by the steady pull of the magnetic needle. The compass did not make these journeys easy. Storms still raged, and maps were still crude, but it made them possible. In a sense, the compass did more than guide ships. It reoriented the human mind. For millennia, people had understood their world in local terms: cities, rivers, mountain ranges, but the compass introduced a new kind of thinking: absolute direction. North, south, east, and west became fixed reference points, anchoring maps and reshaping geography. With compass in hand, explorers could sketch coastlines with greater accuracy, trade routes could be plotted with precision, and empires could stretch their influence across oceans. But the compass was not without its mysteries. For centuries, sailors noticed that the needle did not point to true north, the geographic North Pole, but rather to a slightly different point known as magnetic north. This discrepancy, called magnetic declination, puzzled navigators and led to extensive studies in magnetism and Earth's core. In time, these observations would become the foundation of geomagnetism, a field of science that continues to deepen our understanding of the planet. By the 17th and 18th centuries, as global navigation became more advanced, so too did the compass. Innovations such as gimbaled mounts, which kept the compass level despite the ship's motion, and dampened needles, which reduced wobbling, made the device more stable and reliable. In parallel, cartographers and astronomers developed more accurate methods to adjust for declination, allowing for near-precise navigation over vast distances. The compass became more than a tool for travel. It became a symbol of exploration and enlightenment. It's easy to overlook the quiet brilliance of the compass, in a world dominated by GPS satellites and digital maps. Today, we can know our exact location within meters at the tap of a screen. But the compass was humanity's first real step into spatial certainty, a way to grasp the invisible structure of the Earth and use it to move forward. It took an invisible force, the Earth's magnetic field, and gave it shape, direction, and purpose. It allowed people not only to travel further, but to dream bigger. The compass didn't just open the seas. It opened the imagination. It shrank the world and expanded it at the same time, making distant lands reachable and sparking a global exchange of ideas, goods, and cultures. It enabled trade between continents, the rise of maritime empires, and the spread of science, language, and belief. It brought the world together, sometimes through conquest, sometimes through cooperation, in ways that continue to shape our lives today. And all of it began with a rock that could sense the Earth's pull. In a quiet laboratory, a lodestone shifted ever so slightly, aligning itself with a force no one could see. In that moment, humanity discovered not just a tool, but a principle. That even in the absence of light or land, we can find our way, if we know where to look. The compass became our guide, not only across the oceans, but through history itself. Gunpowder. History rarely turns with the roar of explosions. More often, it shifts slowly, subtly, with discoveries made in quiet laboratories or on worn-out paths. But sometimes, quite literally, a bang reshapes the course of civilizations. Gunpowder was one such bang. Not just a weapon of war, but a transformative force that altered empires, upended old ways of life, and laid the groundwork for the modern world. And remarkably, its origins were not in destruction, but in the search for eternal life. The story begins in ancient China, in the early centuries of the first millennium. At the time, Taoist alchemists were engaged in a grand pursuit, the elixir of immortality. Blending elements, minerals, and herbs in search of longevity, they experimented with all manner of concoctions. It was during these alchemical explorations, sometime around the 9th century, that a curious mixture was born, one made of saltpeter, potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur. To their dismay and astonishment, the mixture did not prolong life. Instead, it burned fiercely and even exploded when confined. They had, without meaning to, created the first form of gunpowder. The earliest written mention of this discovery appears in Chinese texts from the Tang dynasty, where it is described with caution. Recipes warned of its dangerous volatility, calling it fire medicine. Though unintended, the creation of gunpowder marked a turning point. What had begun as a spiritual quest soon became a military revolution. The Chinese were the first to explore gunpowder's practical uses. By the 10th century, during the Song dynasty, they had developed fire arrows, small rockets, or incendiary projectiles launched with the aid of gunpowder. These were used in defense against northern invaders. Over time, engineers expanded their designs to include bombs, flamethrowers, and eventually the fire lance, a crude forerunner of the gun, which combined a spear with a tube of ignited powder. Though still primitive, these weapons gave defenders a psychological and tactical edge. The battlefield was no longer ruled solely by sword and bow. Now, the element of fire had entered the fray. Gunpowder's influence, however, was not destined to remain within China's borders. Through the mechanisms of trade, migration, and conquest, the knowledge began to spread. The Silk Road, that ancient web of commerce connecting east and west, carried more than silk and spices. It also carried ideas. By the 13th century, knowledge of gunpowder had reached the Islamic world, where scholars and military engineers quickly grasped its potential. From there, it traveled further still, reaching Europe just in time to help reshape a continent. In Europe, the arrival of gunpowder coincided with a period of technological ferment and political upheaval. During the 14th century, European armies began experimenting with cannons, crude iron tubes that hurled heavy stones with devastating force. These early guns were unwieldy and unpredictable, but they changed the logic of warfare. Castles, once impenetrable with their thick stone walls, were suddenly vulnerable. A few well-placed cannonballs could bring down fortifications that had stood for centuries. Siege warfare, once a game of patience, became a contest of firepower. Over time, guns became smaller and more portable. By the 15th and 16th centuries, handheld firearms, arquebuses, and muskets began appearing on battlefields. These weapons required training and teamwork, but they allowed ordinary soldiers to wield unprecedented power. The age of the armored knight, so central to medieval warfare, began to wane. Plate armor could not stop bullets. The balance of power shifted toward massed infantry, and with it, the structure of armies and societies changed. Gunpowder also redefined the global balance. In the hands of European explorers and conquerors, firearms became tools of expansion. The age of exploration was not just powered by sails and compasses, it was backed by gunpowder. When Spanish forces arrived in the Americas, they brought with them horses, steel, and guns, technologies unfamiliar to the indigenous peoples they encountered. Though vastly outnumbered, the conquistadors' superior firepower played a key role in their rapid conquests. Similarly, the Ottoman Empire, one of the greatest powers of the early modern world, harnessed gunpowder to build a vast realm. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 was made possible by massive cannons that breached the city's ancient walls. The so-called gunpowder empires, including the Ottomans, the Safavids in Persia, and the Mughals in India, all rose to prominence through their mastery of firearms and artillery. Gunpowder became a symbol not only of military strength but of centralized state power. Yet for all its associations with conquest, gunpowder also had more constructive applications. It revolutionized mining, allowing for the blasting of tunnels through rock and accelerating the extraction of precious metals and coal. In civil engineering, controlled explosions made large-scale projects possible. Even entertainment felt its spark. Fireworks, also invented in China, dazzled crowds and became a symbol of celebration in cultures around the world. What began as a weapon also became a wonder. The science behind gunpowder, too, became a subject of study. As chemistry advanced, researchers sought to better understand combustion, pressure, and materials. These investigations laid the groundwork for modern explosives and the broader field of thermodynamics. Gunpowder was an early bridge between alchemy and chemistry, between mystery and method. By the 19th century, traditional black powder, as gunpowder came to be called, was being replaced by more stable and powerful explosives, such as nitroglycerin and dynamite, developed through scientific innovation. These materials made gunpowder somewhat obsolete, but its legacy endured. The world it had helped to create, one of large, organized states, global trade, industrial production, and mechanized war, could not have existed without that first smoky mixture in an alchemist's workshop. Today, we live in a world that has been shaped, quite literally, by explosions. Borders have been drawn and redrawn by battles fought with gunpowder weapons. Cities have risen and fallen, fortresses have crumbled, and empires have expanded across continents, all under the influence of this one invention. And while modern technologies have eclipsed it in raw power, the impact of gunpowder remains unmatched in scale and duration. What is most extraordinary about gunpowder is how it began. Not with a desire to destroy, but with a longing to live forever. In trying to cheat death, ancient thinkers stumbled upon something that would forever alter how humans wage war, build empires, and understand the forces of nature. It is a reminder that discovery is not always predictable, and that the most powerful inventions are not always the ones we intended to make. Printing press. For much of human history, knowledge moved slowly. A sacred text might take years to copy, each letter carefully inked by hand, each page the product of devotion and discipline. Books were rare, costly treasures, possessions of kings, monks, and scholars. Most people lived and died without ever holding one. Ideas lived precariously, passed down through oral traditions or guarded in quiet monasteries. The world waited, unknowingly, for a tool that would change all of this. That tool arrived in the 15th century, and it would make knowledge as common as bread, as powerful as armies. It was the printing press, and with it, the modern world began to turn. The story of the printing press is often centered on one man, Johannes Gutenberg, a German goldsmith from Mainz. But the seeds of printing go further back, deep into the fabric of Asian innovation. As early as the 9th century, Chinese artisans were using woodblock printing to reproduce texts, carving characters into wooden surfaces, inking them, and pressing them onto paper. This technique was effective, but labor-intensive. Each page required its own carved block, making editing or updating a text a monumental task. Later, in the 11th century, a Chinese inventor named Bai Xing developed movable type using ceramic characters, a more flexible approach, though it did not spread widely in China due to the complexity of the written language. In Europe, meanwhile, the appetite for books was growing. Universities had begun to spread, literacy was rising, and with it came a growing thirst for texts. But producing books remained slow, limited by the speed and skill of human hands. Into this environment stepped Gutenberg, bringing with him not only technical skill, but a vision for how knowledge could be reproduced, not just faster but at scale. Around 1440, Gutenberg began experimenting with movable metal type. His genius was not just in creating individual letters that could be rearranged to form pages, but in combining multiple innovations into one system. He developed a special alloy, a mix of lead, tin, and antimony, that allowed for durable, reusable type. He adapted screw presses, traditionally used for wine or oil, to apply uniform pressure to the page. He even formulated a new oil-based ink, thicker and more suited to metal type and paper than the watery inks used by scribes. Each of these was important. Together, they made the printing press not just a tool but a turning point. The result was something astonishing. Books that could be reproduced in hours instead of months, each copy nearly identical to the last. The first major project of Gutenberg's press was the 42-line Bible, completed around 1455. It was a masterpiece, beautiful, legible, and far more affordable than any handwritten manuscript. It marked the beginning of a new era, not just in publishing, but in how people would think, learn, and connect. The printing press spread quickly. Within a few decades, presses had been established in dozens of European cities: Venice, Paris, Nuremberg, London. By the year 1500, over 20 million books had been printed. A century later, that number had soared to over 150 million. The printing press had unleashed an information revolution. This revolution had consequences far beyond the book trade. It transformed religion, most famously through the actions of Martin Luther. In 1517, Luther posted his 95 Theses, challenging the practices of the Catholic Church. In earlier times, such a protest might have been limited to a local debate. But printed copies of Luther's words spread across Europe within weeks, igniting what would become the Protestant Reformation. The printing press gave reformers a new weapon: speed. Suddenly, a single idea could reach thousands, even millions, before authorities could silence it. The press also reshaped science. In the centuries before, knowledge was often passed down as received wisdom, protected by tradition and sometimes wrapped in mysticism. But with printing, observations could be shared, tested, and debated across great distances. Books like Copernicus's On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, Galileo's Dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, and Newton's Principia Mathematica circulated widely, allowing thinkers to build upon one another's work. The scientific method, based on evidence, replication, and critical review, flourished in this new environment of shared ideas. In the realm of language and literature, printing helped standardize spelling, grammar, and even national identities. As books became more common, so did the languages they were printed in. Latin, once the language of learning, gave way to the vernacular German, French, English, Italian, allowing ordinary people to read in their mother tongues. This, in turn, helped foster a sense of cultural identity and shared understanding. Education, too, was revolutionized. Before the press, schools relied on oral instruction and the rare handwritten text. Now, teachers had access to printed textbooks, and students could own their own copies. Literacy spread not just among the elite, but among merchants, artisans, and eventually the broader population. A literate society is harder to control, more likely to question, and more capable of innovation. The printing press did not just inform, it empowered. Yet, the power of print was not inherently noble or uplifting. The same press that spread the writings of Shakespeare or the insights of Descartes could also spread propaganda, falsehoods, and division. In fact, The rapid spread of printed material sometimes caused confusion, fear, or moral panic. For many in power, the press was both a gift and a threat, a force they could not fully harness or suppress. Over time, the technology evolved. Movable type became more refined. Presses grew faster, more efficient. In the 19th century, the invention of steam-powered presses and rotary printing brought publishing to an industrial scale. Newspapers, pamphlets, and cheap novels flooded the market. Public libraries grew. Literacy became a hallmark of modern life. And today, even as we type on screens and swipe through digital books, the legacy of Gutenberg's invention continues. Indeed, the digital age mirrors in many ways the upheaval brought by the printing press. Just as printed books once liberated knowledge from the hands of scribes and institutions, the internet has made information accessible to billions. But the printing press taught us an important lesson, that technology, while transformative, is never neutral. It amplifies voices, but does not judge them. It spreads truth and fiction alike, connects people, but also challenges old orders. The printing press gave humanity the ability to preserve thought, to extend the reach of a single mind across time and space. It allowed ideas to survive their creators, to travel continents, to incite revolutions, and to inspire dreams. It is one of the few inventions that did not just change what we do, but how we think about knowledge, about power, and about ourselves. What began with metal type and ink-stained hands became the foundation of the modern world. It democratized knowledge, disrupted tradition, and sparked a chain reaction of literacy, science, exploration, and innovation that continues to this day. In the quiet turning of a printed page, one can still hear the echoes of that revolution. Steam engine. There are moments in human history when a new force quietly enters the world. Invisible at first, then unstoppable. The steam engine was one such force. It did not begin as a grand invention. Its earliest forms were awkward, inefficient, and limited in purpose. But in time, this machine, driven by vaporized water, would fuel the transformation of societies, redraw economies, and give birth to the modern industrial world. It was not merely a mechanical innovation. It was a change in momentum, one that carried humanity forward at unprecedented speed. To understand the steam engine's significance, one must begin not in factories or locomotives, but in mines. By the late 1600s in England, coal had become a vital resource. It heated homes, powered forges, and served as the backbone of a growing economy. But as miners dug deeper into the earth, they encountered a relentless problem: flooding. Water would seep into the shafts, halting progress and endangering lives. Pumps powered by horses or manual labor were slow and limited. A new kind of power was needed, one that could operate tirelessly, efficiently, and without reliance on muscle or wind. Enter Thomas Savery, an English inventor who, in 1698, patented a device he called the miner's friend. It was a steam-powered pump designed to draw water from flooded mines using the pressure of steam to create a vacuum. While it worked in theory, it was dangerous in practice. The high-pressure steam often caused explosions, and the pump could not reach very deep. Still, it was a beginning, an idea that steam could do real mechanical work. The next leap came with Thomas Newcomen, who in 1712 developed a more practical and safer steam engine. His design used steam to push a piston, which then moved a beam connected to a pump. It worked slowly but reliably, and crucially, it allowed mines to be drained more effectively than ever before. Newcomen's engines spread across Britain, often standing tall above coal pits, their rhythmic pumping a symbol of industry's quiet rise. But the steam engine truly came of age with the work of James Watt, a Scottish instrument maker with a sharp mind and a relentless curiosity. In the 1760s, while repairing a model of Newcomen's engine, Watt saw its inefficiencies. It wasted vast amounts of steam and therefore fuel by heating and cooling the same cylinder with each stroke. Watt's insight was simple yet revolutionary: separate the condenser. By adding a second chamber where the steam could be cooled, he made the engine far more efficient. Watt didn't stop there. He introduced new features: a rotative motion mechanism that could turn wheels and drive machines, a throttle valve to control speed, and a centrifugal governor for automatic regulation. These improvements transformed the steam engine from a specialized pump into a versatile power source, one that could drive mills, factories, and eventually vehicles. In partnership with businessman Matthew Boulton, what brought his engines to workshops across Britain, helping to launch the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine became the heartbeat of a new economic era. In textile mills, where human labor and water wheels had once dictated production, steam engines now spun looms and powered machines. Factories no longer had to be built near rivers or rely on seasonal flows. They could rise in cities, fueled by coal and driven by steam, creating jobs and challenges on a massive scale. Meanwhile, the railways were taking shape. The idea of a steam-powered vehicle had existed for some time, but it was in the early 19th century that inventors like George Stephenson turned concept into movement. His locomotive, the Rocket, built in 1829, could travel at speeds once unimaginable, over 30 miles per hour. Railroads spread across Britain, then Europe, then the world. Goods, people, and ideas began to move faster, farther, and more frequently than ever before. Time itself seemed to shrink. Steam also conquered the seas. In the early 1800s, steamships began to appear, capable of traveling upstream or across oceans without the whim of wind. The famous SS Great Western, launched in 1838, demonstrated the reliability of transatlantic steam travel. This changed trade, migration, and communication, knitting the continents closer together and accelerating global exchange. The effects of steam power rippled outward into every corner of life. Urban populations surged as people left farms for factory work. New classes emerged: industrial capitalists, wage laborers, engineers. Roads and canals were replaced or outpaced by rail networks. Markets expanded. Cities grew taller and louder. Even the structure of time changed. With trains running on tight schedules, standardized time zones were introduced. The world was being reordered around the rhythm of machines. Yet, as with all powerful tools, the steam engine brought not only progress but complications. The rise of industrial cities introduced pollution, crowded housing, and harsh working conditions. Child labor, long hours, and dangerous machinery became the darker side of factory life. And the insatiable demand for coal led to environmental degradation that would echo into later centuries. Still, the legacy of the steam engine is undeniable. It marked the first time in history that mechanical energy could be produced independently of nature, not from animals, rivers, or wind, but from heat and pressure. This breakthrough opened the door to new machines, new industries, and a new understanding of energy itself. Eventually, steam would be eclipsed by internal combustion engines, electric motors, and later, nuclear and renewable sources. But the steam engine laid the foundation. It taught engineers how to control power, how to convert heat into motion, how to scale machines to serve entire populations. The basic principles behind it, thermodynamics, pressure, force, remain at the heart of modern engineering. Even now, the image of a steam locomotive charging forward, billowing smoke and shrieking steel, remains a symbol of progress. It is the sound of change, of motion, of humanity rising from hand tools to harness the forces once hidden in nature. The steam engine was not just a machine, it was a momentum, carrying the world into a new age. It's remarkable to think that all of this began with a desire to lift water from the depths of the earth. In solving a problem beneath our feet, we unlocked a power that would reach the skies. Electricity. There are forces in nature so fundamental, so ever-present, that we often forget to notice them. Electricity is one of those forces, silent, invisible, yet vital. For most of human history, it remained a mystery, a flicker in the sky, a static spark, a curiosity. But once harnessed, it became the lifeblood of modern civilization. It illuminated our cities, powered our machines, connected our voices across oceans, and ultimately gave rise to the digital world we now live in. The story of electricity is not just one of discovery, but of persistence. A slow unraveling of nature's hidden code by thinkers, tinkerers, and dreamers who dared to ask, what is this strange energy and how can we use it? Long before it became practical, electricity fascinated ancient civilizations. The earliest recorded observations come from the Greeks around 600 BCE. The philosopher Thales of Miletus noticed that rubbing amber with fur could attract light objects, a simple phenomenon we now call static electricity. In fact, the word electricity itself comes from the Greek word elektron, meaning amber. At the time, it was a novelty, a small magic trick with no clear use or understanding. It would take over 2,000 years before this invisible force began to reveal its true potential. The 17th and 18th centuries saw the beginning of electricity as a scientific field. In 1600, English physician William Gilbert published De Magnete, in which he distinguished magnetism from electric attraction. This marked one of the first attempts to study electricity methodically. Then, in the 1700s, experiments with static charges captured public imagination. Benjamin Franklin's famous kite experiment in 1752 showed that lightning was a form of electrical discharge. A dramatic realization that electricity existed not just in controlled experiments, but in nature itself. At this stage, electricity was still a scientific curiosity. But curiosity, when persistent, has a way of transforming into innovation. In the late 18th century, Italian scientist Luigi Galvani discovered that frog legs twitched when touched with metal, suggesting a connection between electricity and biology. His contemporary, Alessandro Volta, disagreed with Galvani's interpretation but took the idea further, creating the voltaic pile in 1800, the world's first true battery. For the first time, electricity could be produced in a steady flow, rather than as a brief static spark. This invention changed everything. The 19th century became the century of electricity. In 1820, Hans Christian Ørsted discovered the connection between electricity and magnetism when he noticed a compass needle move near a current-carrying wire. This led to the birth of electromagnetism, a field further advanced by André-Marie Ampère and Michael Faraday. Faraday's experiments with coils of wire and magnets led to the discovery of electromagnetic induction, the principle that allowed electricity to be generated mechanically. In other words, spinning a magnet near a wire could produce a current. This discovery is still the foundation of every electric generator and power plant today. Faraday's simple yet profound insight that electricity could be generated, not just stored, opened a path to limitless potential. His work laid the groundwork for practical power, but it was the combined genius of inventors and engineers across Europe and America that turned that potential into reality. One of the most influential figures was Thomas Edison. By the late 1800s, Edison was already known for his inventions, but he had his sights set on a much larger goal: bringing electric light to the masses. In 1879, after years of trial and error, Edison developed a practical incandescent light bulb, using a carbon filament inside a vacuum-sealed glass bulb. But more importantly, he built the first central power station in New York City in 1882, the Pearl Street Station, launching an era of electrified cities. Edison's system used direct current, DC, electricity, but it had limitations. Over long distances, DC power lost efficiency. That challenge opened the door for a brilliant and often overlooked inventor, Nikola Tesla. A Serbian-American engineer and visionary, Tesla championed the use of alternating current, AC, a form of electricity that could be easily transformed to different voltages and transmitted over long distances with minimal loss. The rivalry between Edison and Tesla, often dubbed the War of the Currents, was fierce. Edison campaigned against AC, even staging public demonstrations to highlight its dangers. But ultimately, Tesla's AC system, backed by George Westinghouse, proved superior. It became the standard for modern power grids and remains the backbone of electrical transmission today. With power now able to travel far and wide, the electrification of society began in earnest. Factories, homes, and streets filled with electric lights. Motors replaced steam engines in machinery. In just a few decades, electricity moved from a laboratory curiosity to the driving force of industrial and social life. It brought not just light, but a new rhythm to human activity. No longer bound by the sun, people worked and lived through the night. Electricity also revolutionized communication. The invention of the telegraph in the 1830s by Samuel Morse allowed messages to travel instantaneously over great distances. The telephone, developed by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, added voice to this network, further shrinking the world. These breakthroughs set the stage for the global connectivity we now take for granted. As the 20th century dawned, electricity became essential to innovation. It powered the radio, the television, and eventually the computer. Each of these technologies would transform culture, education, and the way people interact with the world. It also gave rise to new industries, new professions, and entirely new ways of living. Yet, electricity's story is not only one of invention. It is also a story of infrastructure, of wires strung across continents, of generators humming in vast plants, of policies and politics shaping who has access to power. Even today, billions of people still live without reliable electricity, a reminder that technological progress must be accompanied by equitable distribution. In the modern world, electricity remains central. It runs through every wall, beneath every city, within every device we touch. From the smallest light-emitting diode to the largest data centers, it fuels our ambitions and defines our pace of life. The recent push toward renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro, is, in many ways, an extension of the same journey, finding better ways to generate and use this remarkable force. And perhaps most striking of all is that electricity, for all its complexity, is still not entirely visible. We do not see it flow. We feel its effects: the glow of a bulb, the hum of a motor, the voice on a phone. It surrounds us, empowers us, yet remains fundamentally mysterious, governed by invisible laws discovered by minds that dared to explore the unseen. The story of electricity is not just the story of power. It is the story of illumination in every sense of the word. It lit up our nights, extended our days, and sparked revolutions in science, communication, and industry. It transformed the rhythm of life, moving humanity from candlelight to circuit boards, from whispers in the dark to signals that circle the globe in milliseconds. It is, quite literally, the current that carries us forward. Light bulb. There are few inventions so profoundly symbolic as the light bulb. A tiny glass orb with a glowing filament, it represents something far greater than its humble shape: the triumph of human ingenuity over darkness. The light bulb did more than extend the day. It reshaped how we work, live, and imagine the future. It illuminated not only our rooms and streets but also the path to modern life. Yet, its story is not just about invention. It's about persistence, collaboration, and the steady march of science toward a brighter world. To understand the significance of the light bulb, one must remember what came before. For millennia, fire was humanity's only light. From open flames to oil lamps, from candles to gaslights, the pursuit of illumination shaped daily rhythms. Light was limited, expensive, and often dangerous. Cities at night were dim and shadowy. Factories, homes, and streets depended on flickering flames that provided minimal brightness and carried risks of fire or toxicity. By the early 1800s, as the Industrial Revolution accelerated, scientists began searching for a safer, more efficient form of artificial light, one that didn't rely on combustion. Electricity, still in its infancy, presented intriguing possibilities. Experimenters discovered that when an electric current passed through certain materials, they glowed. This phenomenon, known as incandescence, held the promise of light without fire. The first attempts to create electric light were ambitious, though far from practical. In 1802, English scientist Humphrey Davy demonstrated what became known as the arc lamp, using a powerful electric current to produce an intense, blinding light between two carbon rods. While revolutionary, the arc lamp was too bright and unwieldy for everyday use. It required immense power and frequent maintenance. Still, it laid the groundwork for further exploration. Throughout the mid-19th century, inventors across Europe and America began pursuing the dream of a compact, enclosed electric light. The idea was simple: pass electricity through a filament inside a glass bulb, exclude oxygen to prevent burning, and let it glow. But the execution was complex. The right filament material, the correct vacuum conditions, and the power delivery system, all were elusive pieces of the puzzle. Many tried. British inventors like Frederick de Moulins and Joseph Swan, as well as Americans like William Sawyer, filed patents for early electric lamps. Some even produced working prototypes. But these early bulbs were fragile, expensive, and short-lived. They burned out quickly or failed to produce steady light. It was a tantalizing idea that hovered just out of reach, until one man, backed by vision and infrastructure, took it further. That man was Thomas Edison, often credited with inventing the light bulb, though he did not invent it in the literal sense. Edison's true contribution was refining and commercializing it. In 1879, after testing thousands of materials, Edison and his team found that a carbonized bamboo filament, when placed in a near-perfect vacuum inside a bulb, could glow for over 1,000 hours. It was a monumental improvement over previous designs. But Edison understood something even more critical. A light bulb, no matter how brilliant, was useless without a system to power it. So he designed the entire electrical infrastructure, from generators to wiring to light sockets, to bring electric light into homes and businesses. In 1882, he opened the Pearl Street Station in New York City, the world's first central power plant. From that moment, light became not just a device but a service. Electric lighting spread rapidly. At first, it was a luxury, a marvel for the wealthy and a spectacle for the public. Cities like London, Paris, and Chicago installed electric streetlights. Theaters and department stores gleamed with rows of glowing bulbs. Factories extended working hours, free from reliance on daylight or gas lamps. Homes, once dim and shadow-filled, began to shine with steady, clean light. The transition wasn't immediate or universal. Gas lighting still dominated many areas for decades, and rural regions were slow to be electrified. But the direction was clear. The light bulb wasn't just an improvement, it was a new paradigm. It changed sleep patterns, work schedules, urban design, and even human behavior. People stayed up later, read more, socialized differently. Light reshaped how we lived. Meanwhile, the technology itself continued to evolve. Edison's carbon filament was eventually replaced by longer-lasting materials. In 1906, the General Electric Company began producing bulbs with tungsten filaments, which burned hotter and brighter with greater efficiency. The vacuum-sealed glass gave way to bulbs filled with inert gases like argon and nitrogen, further extending life and performance. By the mid-20th century, electric light had become ubiquitous, a basic expectation in much of the industrialized world. But innovation did not stop. New forms of lighting emerged. Fluorescent tubes, using excited gases to emit light more efficiently, halogen lamps, with enhanced brightness and compact form, and eventually, light-emitting diodes, LEDs, which use semiconductors to produce light with remarkable efficiency and longevity. Today, lighting technology continues to advance at a rapid pace. LEDs have revolutionized everything from household lamps to massive city grids. Smart lighting systems adapt to our schedules, moods, and needs. Solar-powered lights illuminate areas far from any electrical grid. And all of it, every diode, every motion sensor, every screen, traces its lineage back to that first glowing filament in a fragile glass bulb. The light bulb has also become a metaphor in our culture, a symbol of invention, of sudden clarity, of ideas themselves. When we say, "a light went on," we are invoking not just understanding, but a moment of transformation. That symbolism is powerful because it's rooted in truth. The invention of the electric light was a turning point, not just technologically but psychologically. It marked the shift from reliance on nature to mastery over environment. It was, in essence, the moment we brought our own sun indoors. And yet, for all its brilliance, the light bulb also reminds us of something more delicate: the fragility of progress. The early bulbs were glass and filament, easily broken, carefully handled. Even now, in our sleek, efficient LEDs, there remains the echo of trial and error, of wire and carbon, of thousands of attempts and a handful of breakthroughs. In the end, the story of the light bulb is the story of persistence. It was not born in a single moment of genius, but in the patient work of many minds over many years. It required science, engineering, and imagination. It required not just invention, but infrastructure, economy, and trust. Trust that a new kind of light could replace the old, that night could be safely tamed. From a spark of static in ancient amber to the glow of cities seen from space, light has always been more than illumination. It's a way of seeing, of knowing, of moving forward. And in the heart of it all, simple, silent, glowing, is the light bulb, quietly brightening the world. Telephone. In today's world, lifting a handset, tapping a screen, or tapping an earbud to our ear feels as natural as breathing. But less than 2 centuries ago, the idea of speaking with someone miles away, instantly, in real time, was a fantastical dream. Messages traveled on horseback, by telegraph, or even by pigeon, always delayed. The telephone changed that. It was a simple but profound invention. Convert sound into electrical signals, send them across wire, and reassemble them as sound again. And in doing so, it transformed not just communication but human connection. The journey toward the telephone began with the exploration of electric telegraphy in the early 19th century. Samuel Morse's telegraph, introduced in the 1830s, used pulses of electricity to encode messages that traveled through wires using dots and dashes. Soon, networks crisscrossed landscapes, and a message could span continents in minutes. But there was a limitation. Telegraphy transmitted symbols, not speech. It was the equivalent of writing across the dawn of instant communication, but the human voice remained firmly local. Inventors around the world dreamed of transmitting actual sound. Could the human voice, its tone, its nuance, be carried electromagnetically? One early pioneer was Charles Bourseul, a French telegraph engineer who in 1854 theorized that an electric telephone was possible. He imagined a diaphragm that would vibrate with spoken words, converting those vibrations into electrical signals, and then back again. But Bourseul's was only a concept, no working device followed. In the 1870s, 2 men, working independently yet along similar lines of thought, brought that concept to life. Alexander Graham Bell, a Scottish-born inventor and teacher of the deaf, and Elisha Gray, an American electrical engineer. Both sought a way to send voice over wire. With Bell, the breakthrough came in mid-1875 when he used a vibrating diaphragm attached to an electromagnet. As someone spoke into it, the diaphragm vibrated, inducing electrical variations in the coil, variations that could be sent down a wire and recreated in a receiver. On March 10, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words into his apparatus, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." To the astonishment of everyone, his assistant nearly a mile away, Thomas Watson, heard them clearly. Within days, Bell filed the patent for the telephone, just hours before Gray submitted a caveat describing a similar design. Their timing ignited one of history's most famous legal and ethical controversies. As Bell's patent stood, Gray and others contested it, claiming prior invention. Dozens of lawsuits followed over decades. But the practical world moved even faster. The telephone had arrived. Bell and his backers formed the Bell Telephone Company in 1877. By 1878, the first telephone exchange, essentially the world's first switchboard, opened in New Haven, Connecticut. Operators manually connected calls. Lift the receiver, speak the number, and wait as an attendant plugged cords into a switchboard to complete the circuit. These exchanges quickly proliferated across cities and countries, knitting societies together with lines that tangibly carried voices. The telephone's impact on society was immediate and profound. For businesses, it revolutionized operations, orders, logistics, news, and coordination became almost instantaneous. Families used it to speak with relatives far away. Emergencies could be reported faster. News and information flowed in a new, human cadence, shedding the delays of the telegraph. Across urban life, I imagine overhead wires crisscrossing streets like spiderwebs of possibility, silently carrying whispers and laughter, questions and decisions. Technological refinements came swiftly. Machines became more reliable, clearer, and easier to use. Switchboards evolved with automatic dialing, first appearing in the early 20th century. By the 1920s and 1930s, rotary dials, where you spun a disc to enter a number, were common. Party lines, shared connections allowing multiple households to share a line, became prevalent in rural areas, creating informal communities around shared access and shared ears. Telephony shaped rural and urban life in different ways. It amplified connections even as it sometimes intruded on privacy. World wars demonstrated telephony's power on a grand scale. During World War I, field telephones, using portable switchboards and rugged lines of wire, allowed commanders to coordinate in real time, at great risk and high stakes. Military engineers experimented with technologies like the mobile field telephone, helping the front lines communicate despite chaos and movement. As the century progressed, the telephone continued evolving. Introduction of touch-tone dialing in the 1960s made dialing faster by sending specific tone frequencies for each press of a key. International direct dialing followed in the 1970s, meaning calls could be placed across continents without operator assistance. Subscribers had freer, more private, and more direct communication. Eventually, wireless mobile systems emerged. The first phones for consumers, analog cellular devices from the 1980s, were heavy and limited, but they marked a revolution: speech untethered by wires. By the 1990s and 2000s, digital networks and smartphones blended voice, text, data, and computing into our pockets. The telephone, once a fixed device on desks or walls, became our digital lifeline. The telephone did more than transmit words. It reshaped human relationships. Geography felt smaller, empathy traveled faster, social networks deepened. Families separated by distance, migrants, soldiers, scholars, rarely felt far apart. Business became global. Political leaders could speak directly to nations. Emergency services reached people sooner than ever before. The world became smaller, closer, more immediate. Yet, as with all powerful tools, telephony brought new challenges. Caller ID and voicemail addressed security and etiquette. People debated the impact of constant availability. Conversations morphed into texts, video calls. The sense of closeness telephony offered could threaten privacy and overreach. Nevertheless, we continued to adapt. Looking back, the invention of the telephone stands as a testament to human tenacity. One idea gradually shaped by experimentation, cooperation, rivalry, and legal contest. It arose from curiosity: could we send voices electrically? And grew into infrastructure of national and global significance. From the first clumsy wire-stretched messages to global mobile networks, the telephone has been the pulse of modern communication. In the quiet clicking of a handset being lifted, or in the faint beep of a text barely recognized as a descendant, lies the echo of Bell's first call. That fleeting moment of "Mr. Watson" resonates through every conversation today. A simple question carried in electric impulses became the foundation of our interconnected world. Automobile. The roar of an engine, the smell of burning gasoline, the freedom of open roads. Today, the automobile is central to modern life. But at its core, the car is a marvel of human ambition. A self-contained machine capable of carrying people and goods swiftly, on their own terms. Its invention didn't begin with leisure drives or long-haul shipping. Instead, it evolved through a century of experiments, setbacks, and breakthroughs. A journey that transformed society as thoroughly as any great invention before it. The story begins in the late 18th century, when the Industrial Revolution was redefining power and work. Inventors were already experimenting with steam-powered vehicles. In 1769, French engineer Nicolas-Joseph Cugnot built a massive, steam-powered tricycle designed to pull artillery. It moved under its own power, no animal involved, but required frequent stops to rebuild steam pressure and operated at a walking pace. Still, Cugnot's machine hinted at possibilities beyond horse-drawn carriages. Steam vehicles remained impressive novelties through the 19th century. Richard Trevithick, a British engineer, built steam-powered carriages on roads and rails in the 1800s, and later in the 1870s, Walter Hancock and Sir Goldsworthy Gurney developed steam buses for public use. Operating these vehicles was complex. They required fuel, water, and significant maintenance. More importantly, entrenched infrastructure, paved roads, and convenient fueling was essentially designed for horses. As such, steam never became practical for widespread personal transport. Meanwhile, in Germany, a quiet revolution was unfolding. Carl Benz, trained as a mechanical engineer, experimented with internal combustion engines powered by gasoline. By 1885, he produced a three-wheeled vehicle powered by his engine, the Benz patent motor wagon, considered the first true automobile. In January 1886, he filed a patent for his invention, which combined a two-stroke engine, tubular steel frame, wooden wheels with solid rubber tires, and belt-drive transmission. It was a modest vehicle, yet a foundational one. It carried people under their own machine's power, without relying on steam or animal traction. Soon, Benz's small workshop was joined by Gottlieb Daimler and Wilhelm Maybach, who built a four-wheeled car powered by a high-speed internal combustion engine. Their designs emphasized speed and power rather than novelty. By the late 1880s and early 1890s, small automobile companies began forming in Germany, France, and elsewhere, each exploring different engine types: gasoline, diesel, and even electric. Electric vehicles also emerged in the late 19th century. In fact, at the turn of the century, electric cars were more common than gasoline cars in many cities. They were clean, relatively quiet, and easy to drive, but they suffered from limited range and long charging times. Meanwhile, gasoline cars were noisy and smelly, but offered much longer travel distances and easier refueling. The race for dominance was underway. In the United States, the automobile movement was gaining momentum, often fueled by ingenuity and industrial ambition. In 1903, Ransom Olds introduced the first mass-produced gasoline car, the Oldsmobile Curve Dash. The next year, Henry Ford experimented with assembly line techniques, but it was his introduction of the Model T in 1908 that truly changed the game. Powered by a simple yet reliable four-cylinder engine, the Model T could be produced affordably, in the low hundreds of dollars, and reparable by its owners. In 1913, Ford revolutionized production with the moving assembly line, drastically cutting build times and reducing prices. The result: personal cars became attainable for millions of American families. Car ownership soared. Roads expanded. Fuel stations sprang up. A culture built around the automobile took shape: road trips, drive-in theaters, suburban sprawl, even motels and restaurants. The automobile reshaped society in other profound ways. It altered urban planning. Cities sprawled outward rather than upward or dense. Public transportation systems adapted: bus lines, trolleys, highways. Patterns of residency and commuting were transformed. In rural areas, cars connected remote communities, enabling better access to services, education, and markets. The automobile became a tool of individual liberty, giving people control over travel time, destination, and social connection. As usage grew, so did the need for improved infrastructure and safety. Governments invested in paving roads, building highways, and regulating traffic. Driving licenses, traffic lights, seatbelts, and emission standards emerged. Automakers added new features: electric starters, safety glass, anti-lock brakes, catalytic converters. The car, once a novelty, became a platform for continual engineering and innovation. Throughout the 20th century, automobile technology advanced rapidly. Engines became more efficient. Transmissions became smoother. Electric components increased reliability. In response to oil crises and environmental concerns in the 1970s, innovations were introduced: fuel injection, catalytic converters, unleaded gasoline. Later, in the 1990s and 2000s, hybrid engines, electric vehicles, GPS navigation, airbags, and computer-driven controls became standard or available, signaling a second revolution in automotive engineering. The automobile also reshaped global economics. Auto manufacturing became a central industry in America, Germany, Japan, South Korea, and beyond, employing millions and forging industrial powerhouses reliant on supply chains and global sales. Oil industries, road construction firms, insurance companies, and tourism all grew in symbiosis with cars. Today, as we face climate change and resource constraints, the legacy of the automobile is being re-examined. Electric vehicles, like those from Tesla, Nissan, and legacy automakers, promise cleaner travel. Autonomous driving is no longer science fiction. Shared mobility, car sharing, ride-hailing reimagines access. And cities are reconsidering reliance on single-occupant vehicles in favor of public transit, biking, and walking. Yet, the automobile's influence remains deeply embedded. Even as its form changes, the essence is enduring: mechanical freedom. it still offers the promise of being behind the wheel, of traveling at will, and of experiencing movement as an extension of self. The roads mapped by horses and trains have become ribbons of steel and asphalt, moving humanity at highway speeds. From Cugnot's clumsy steam tricycle to the sleek electric vehicles of today, the automobile stands as a testament to human will and invention. It took decades of refinement, trial and error, design and redesign, and grew from niche fascination to infrastructure-driving juggernaut. In doing so, it did not just create a new category of machines. It reshaped how we live, work, connect, and shape the world around us. Airplane. For most of human history, the sky was a place reserved for dreams and myths. People looked upward in awe at birds, at clouds, at stars, and imagined what it might feel like to fly. Icarus soared too close to the sun in ancient legend. Leonardo da Vinci sketched flying machines with wings shaped like those of birds. But for centuries, heavier-than-air flight remained an impossible ambition, a poetic symbol of freedom more than a physical reality. And yet, in the 20th century, humanity not only learned to fly, it learned to cross oceans, break sound barriers, and orbit the Earth. The path to the airplane was not a single leap, but a long sequence of steps. In the 18th century, the first true human flights came in the form of hot air balloons. In 1783, the Montgolfier brothers in France launched the first manned balloon flight, rising gently into the sky using only heated air. But balloons lacked control, they floated wherever the wind took them. The dream of true flight, powered, controlled, and heavier than air, remained unfulfilled. During the 19th century, engineers and dreamers across Europe and the United States began experimenting with gliders, unpowered aircraft that could glide through the air using their shape and the forces of lift and drag. Otto Lilienthal, a German aviation pioneer, conducted more than 2,000 glider flights in the 1890s, carefully recording data and refining designs. His work was critical. It brought aviation closer to science, relying on testing and measurement rather than only intuition. But gliders still depended on hills, wind, and gravity. The next great leap would require powered flight, an engine light enough to lift itself and its pilot into the air, yet powerful enough to propel the craft forward and sustain lift. Enter Wilbur and Orville Wright, two brothers from Dayton, Ohio. They were not aristocrats or trained engineers, but bicycle makers with a fascination for flight and a relentless focus on experimentation. Inspired by Lilienthal's work, the Wright brothers spent years testing gliders in North Carolina's Outer Banks, where strong winds and soft sand offered ideal conditions. They built a wind tunnel to study airfoil shapes and developed one of the most advanced understandings of aerodynamics of their time. Crucially, they recognized that flight was not just about lift and thrust, it was also about control. They developed mechanisms to control pitch, roll, and yaw, the three axes of flight, using a system of wing warping, rudders, and elevators. Their aircraft could be steered in all directions, a true airplane, not just a powered glider. On December 17, 1903, on a cold morning in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Orville Wright climbed into their Flyer I, a biplane with a 12-horsepower engine and twin propellers. The aircraft lifted into the air and flew for 12 seconds, covering 120 feet. It was short, it was modest, but it was the first time in history that a heavier-than-air, powered machine carried a human in controlled flight. That moment marked the dawn of aviation. In the following years, the Wright brothers improved their designs, increasing range and stability. By 1905, their Flyer 3 could stay in the air for over half an hour. But while their achievements were groundbreaking, the wider world was slow to recognize them. In Europe, other inventors like Alberto Santos Dumont in France were also experimenting with powered flight, and national pride spurred parallel efforts in many countries. The potential of the airplane was soon recognized by the military. World War I, 1914 to 1918, became the first major conflict to feature aircraft in combat. Planes were used for reconnaissance, bombing, and eventually as fighter aircraft. Aviation technology progressed rapidly, engines became more powerful, designs more aerodynamic. But civilian aviation remained limited, noisy, dangerous, and expensive. In the post-war period, however, commercial aviation began to take shape. The 1920s and 1930s saw the emergence of air mail services and passenger airlines. Aircraft like the Douglas DC-3, introduced in 1935, made air travel more reliable and financially viable. The image of the airplane began to shift from a military asset to a symbol of modernity, speed, and global connection. Then came World War II, which accelerated aviation technology at an unprecedented pace. Innovations included radar, pressurized cabins, metal airframes, and most importantly, the jet engine. Invented by Frank Whittle in Britain and Hans von Ohain in Germany, the jet engine allowed aircraft to fly faster and higher than ever before. By the war's end, jet aircraft had redefined the limits of speed. In the post-war decades, commercial aviation exploded. The 1950s introduced jet airliners like the de Havilland Comet and later the Boeing 707, enabling routine international travel. Suddenly, oceans were no longer vast barriers. Cities around the world became hours apart. Business, tourism, and culture flourished. The world began to feel smaller, more connected. Airports emerged as hubs of civilization. Air travel, once a luxury, became a normal part of modern life. By the late 20th century, airlines were moving billions of passengers annually. Airplanes had reshaped global economics, trade, diplomacy, and even how families lived and stayed connected. Technological advancements continued. Materials became lighter and stronger. Computerized flight systems improved safety and efficiency. The Boeing 747, introduced in 1970, became the icon of global mass travel. Meanwhile, military aviation explored the extremes: supersonic flight, stealth technology, unmanned drones. The Concorde, a supersonic passenger jet, flew from London to New York in under 4 hours, proving that the sky was no longer the limit. Speed itself was being redefined. In recent decades, concerns over climate change and energy efficiency have spurred a new chapter in aviation. Engineers are exploring electric aircraft, sustainable fuels, autonomous flight, and quiet supersonic planes. Innovations like vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, aircraft hint at a future where flight is even more integrated into daily life. And as space tourism and suborbital flights become reality, the boundary between aviation and space exploration is beginning to blur. Yet, despite all these advances, the core miracle remains the same. A machine, heavier than air, that can rise against gravity, navigate the sky, and carry people to new places. The airplane embodies our desire to transcend physical limits. It began as a dream born from watching birds, and evolved into one of the most transformative inventions in human history. More than just a vehicle, the airplane redefined speed, distance, and possibility. It helped build the globalized world. It made migration easier, trade faster, and cultures more interconnected. It brought aid to disaster zones and allowed people to chase opportunity across continents. And in the process, it gave humans something truly poetic: the experience of flying above the clouds, looking down at the earth as if from the vantage point of our own imagination. Penicillin. In the long arc of human history, illness and infection were once largely matters of fate. A minor cut could become a death sentence. Pneumonia, tuberculosis, and septic wounds killed with merciless regularity. For centuries, doctors worked with limited tools: herbs, tonics, poultices, often guided more by hope than evidence. But in the 20th century, a single discovery would turn the tide: penicillin. Not a carefully engineered invention, but an accidental revelation, one that would give rise to the antibiotic age and reshape our relationship with disease itself. The story begins in 1928, in a cluttered laboratory at St. Mary's Hospital in London. Alexander Fleming, a Scottish bacteriologist, had returned from vacation to find that one of his petri dishes, left unintentionally exposed, had become contaminated with mold. At first, it seemed like a simple mishap, but upon closer inspection, Fleming noticed something unusual. The Staphylococcus bacteria he had been growing had been dissolved in a halo around the mold. The mold appeared to be killing the bacteria. Most might have cleaned the dish and moved on, but Fleming was curious. He isolated the mold and identified it as belonging to the genus Penicillium. He began experimenting with the substance it produced, which he named penicillin, and found it was capable of killing a wide range of bacteria without harming human cells. It was, in a sense, a selective poison, deadly to the enemy, harmless to the host. Fleming published his findings in 1929, but the scientific world was slow to react. Penicillin, though promising, was unstable and difficult to purify. Fleming lacked the chemistry expertise to extract and concentrate it in usable form, and his early preparations degraded too quickly to be practical. The discovery was noted, but not immediately acted upon. A decade passed. Then, in 1939, at Oxford University, two scientists, Howard Florey, an Australian pathologist, and Ernst Boris Chain, a German-born biochemist, revisited Fleming's paper. Intrigued, they began working with a team that included Norman Heatley, a brilliant young chemist. Their goal: to isolate penicillin in a stable form and test its effects on living organisms. Their efforts paid off. In early 1940, they conducted the first animal trials. Mice infected with deadly bacteria recovered when given penicillin. Encouraged, they turned to human trials. In 1941, a policeman named Albert Alexander, suffering from a serious blood infection, was treated with penicillin. His condition improved dramatically, but supplies were so limited that doctors were forced to recycle the drug from his urine. Eventually, they ran out and he died. The tragedy underscored the drug's potential and the urgent need for mass production. But producing penicillin in quantity proved immensely difficult. The mold yielded very little usable product, and traditional fermentation methods were slow and inefficient. To meet the challenge, Florey and his team sought help from the United States, where government and private laboratories began a massive search for more productive strains and better methods. In 1943, at a USDA lab in Peoria, Illinois, scientists discovered a breakthrough. A strain of Penicillium growing on a rotting cantaloupe produced much more penicillin than Fleming's original mold. Using deep tank fermentation and corn steep liquor, a byproduct of starch production, they were able to scale up manufacturing dramatically. By the time World War II reached its height, penicillin was being mass-produced. The US and British governments prioritized its supply for the Allied military. Soldiers wounded in battle, who might previously have died from gangrene or blood poisoning, were treated and saved. The death rate from bacterial infections on the battlefield plummeted. Penicillin became known as the wonder drug. In 1945, Fleming, Florey, and Chain were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for their contributions. Fleming, ever humble, warned that overuse could lead to resistance, a prophetic concern that would echo through the decades to come. The post-war years saw a revolution in medicine. Inspired by penicillin's success, scientists began searching for and synthesizing other antibiotics: streptomycin, tetracycline, erythromycin, and more. Infectious diseases that once ranked among the leading causes of death, pneumonia, diphtheria, syphilis, meningitis, could now be treated quickly and effectively. Hospitals changed. Surgery became safer. Life-saving treatments became routine. Life expectancy rose dramatically across the industrialized world. But penicillin's impact extended beyond the clinic. It transformed pharmaceutical research, establishing antibiotics as one of the most powerful tools in medical science. It reshaped public health, allowing for the control of outbreaks and the treatment of widespread infections. And it opened a new era of chemical warfare against disease, where cures could be designed, tested, and deployed with increasing precision. Yet penicillin's triumph also brought new challenges. As early as the 1940s, reports of resistant bacteria began to emerge. Microbes, like all life forms, adapt. Exposed to antibiotics, some mutated and survived, passing on resistance genes. The more penicillin was used and misused, the more quickly resistance spread. Today, antibiotic resistance is a global concern, with strains of MRSA, CRE, and drug-resistant tuberculosis threatening to outpace medical countermeasures. Still, penicillin's legacy is profound. It taught the world that disease could be fought not only with prevention, but with precise, targeted treatment. It demonstrated the power of collaboration, across disciplines, across borders, to solve complex problems. And it reminded us that discovery often begins with serendipity, but succeeds through perseverance. From a moldy petri dish in a forgotten corner of a lab, to the front lines of war and the wards of hospitals, penicillin changed the trajectory of medicine. It gave humanity a powerful new weapon against its oldest foes. And in doing so, it offered hope where once there was only helplessness, a quiet revolution born of curiosity and carried forward by science. Computer. In the annals of human invention, the computer stands as a singular achievement, a tool that not only extends our capabilities, but mirrors the architecture of thought itself. It is a machine that calculates, stores, and remembers, but more than that, it is a machine that has reshaped the very foundations of civilization. From its humble beginnings as a mechanical number cruncher to its role today as the backbone of the digital world, the computer's story is one of logic, innovation, and the endless human desire to solve problems. The idea of a machine capable of calculation is far older than the modern computer. As early as 1642, Blaise Pascal created the Pascaline, a mechanical calculator designed to help his father with tax computations. A century later, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz built a device that could multiply and divide. These were ingenious machines, but they were rigid, designed for specific tasks, and incapable of adaptation. In the 19th century, an English mathematician named Charles Babbage envisioned something different. His designs for the difference engine and later the analytical engine introduced the concept of a programmable machine. The analytical engine, in particular, anticipated many elements of the modern computer: a central processing unit, mill, memory, store, and the ability to follow complex instructions. Though never completed in his lifetime, Babbage's vision laid the theoretical groundwork. Equally vital was Ada Lovelace, who worked closely with Babbage and is often called the first computer programmer. She understood that these machines could do more than compute numbers. They could manipulate symbols according to rules, and in doing so, perform any logical operation. This abstract insight would echo profoundly in the next century. The true leap toward modern computing came in the 20th century. During World War II, the need for rapid calculation spurred the development of powerful machines. In Britain, Alan Turing, a mathematician and cryptanalyst, developed a theoretical framework for computation in 1936 with his concept of the Turing machine. Turing proposed that any computable problem could be solved by a machine manipulating symbols on a tape according to a set of rules. Though abstract, this concept became the mathematical foundation of all modern computers. Turing's wartime work at Bletchley Park led to the construction of Colossus, one of the first electronic computers, which helped break German ciphers. Around the same time in the United States, engineers at the University of Pennsylvania created the ENIAC, Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, a massive machine that used thousands of vacuum tubes to perform calculations at unprecedented speeds. Though primitive by today's standards, ENIAC was programmable, digital, and fast, a landmark in computing history. The next crucial step was miniaturization and abstraction. Vacuum tubes were bulky and prone to failure. In 1947, scientists at Bell Labs invented the transistor, a tiny electronic switch that could amplify or switch signals. Transistors replaced vacuum tubes and ushered in the second generation of computers, which were smaller, faster, and more reliable. By the 1960s and 70s, computers began to shrink further as integrated circuits allowed thousands of transistors to be etched onto a single silicon chip. This technological leap enabled the creation of mainframes and, eventually, personal computers. Companies like IBM, Apple, and Microsoft emerged, each playing a critical role in bringing computing power to businesses, schools, and homes. The 1980s and 90s saw the computer evolve from a specialized tool into an everyday device. Graphical user interfaces, keyboards, and mice made interaction intuitive. Software became more powerful and diverse. Spreadsheets, word processors, and databases transformed industries. Meanwhile, the advent of the internet linked computers into a global network, unlocking an explosion of communication, commerce, and creativity. As the 21st century dawned, the computer became ever more invisible and omnipresent. Laptops, smartphones, and tablets turned computing into a portable, personal experience. Cloud computing allowed data and applications to live beyond any single machine. Artificial intelligence enabled machines to recognize patterns, translate languages, and even mimic human reasoning. And behind it all, the computer remained the quiet engine of progress, an unassuming box that powered economies, connected societies, and reshaped human potential. Yet, the story of the computer is not just technical, it is deeply human. It is the story of how we extend our minds, amplify our ideas, and explore the limits of logic and creativity. From Pascal to Lovelace, from Turing to modern engineers, each step forward was guided by a question. What can be thought, and how might we make those thoughts real? Today, the computer is more than a tool. It is a medium through which we live and work, create and connect. It enables art and science, play and precision. It touches nearly every field, from medicine and education to space exploration and social communication. It has taught us that information can be shaped and shared with elegance, and that even the most complex problems may yield to careful computation. In a world increasingly defined by data and algorithms, the computer stands not just as a machine, but as a partner in thought. A mirror, perhaps, of the mind, and a beacon of where that mind may yet go. Internet. Few inventions have so swiftly and fundamentally reshaped the human experience as the Internet. It is not a single machine or a solitary breakthrough, but rather a vast, evolving system, a web of interconnected networks that binds together people, knowledge, and machines across the globe. Its story is one of innovation and collaboration, born not from a desire for commerce or entertainment, but from a need to communicate securely in a fractured world. The roots of the Internet stretch back to the Cold War era, a time defined by geopolitical tension and rapid technological development. In the late 1950s, in response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik, the United States established the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, which aimed to prevent technological surprises and foster innovation in defense. One of ARPA's key initiatives was to explore new forms of communication that could withstand attack or disruption. By the late 1960s, a group of researchers under ARPA had developed a revolutionary idea. Rather than relying on a central hub that could be destroyed, a communication system could be built in a decentralized way. Messages would be broken into small packets, routed independently, and reassembled at their destination. This approach, known as packet switching, was robust, flexible, and efficient. In 1969, the first version of this idea came to life in the form of ARPANET. The initial connection linked 4 computers at universities in California and Utah. It was modest in scale but profound in implication. Researchers could now share data, collaborate remotely, and explore new ways of interacting with information. A year later, the first email was sent, a function that would soon become central to digital communication. Throughout the 1970s and early 1980s, the network expanded. More institutions joined ARPANET, and other networks emerged for academic, governmental, and commercial use. To unify them, a common language was needed. This came in 1983 with the adoption of the Transmission Control Protocol/Internet Protocol, TCP/IP, developed by Vint Cerf and Robert Kahn. TCP/IP allowed different networks to communicate with one another, forming the basis of what we now call the Internet, a network of networks. Still, the Internet remained largely the domain of scientists and specialists. That changed in the early 1990s when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist working at CERN, created the World Wide Web. His invention included a new way to access information using hypertext, as well as the first web browser and web server. The web was not the Internet itself, but a layer built upon it, a user-friendly interface that made navigation intuitive and information accessible. Berners-Lee's vision was profoundly democratic. He imagined a system in which anyone could publish, share, and access content freely. As browsers like Mosaic and Netscape emerged, and commercial restrictions on the Internet were lifted, millions of people began logging on. The Internet spread rapidly from universities and research centers to businesses and households. By the late 1990s and early 2000s, the Internet had become a defining feature of modern life. Email, web searches, e-commerce, and digital media transformed communication, business, and culture. Search engines like Google organized the world's information. Online marketplaces like Amazon and eBay redefined how goods were bought and sold. Social networks, blogs, and forums gave rise to a new digital public square. The arrival of broadband and mobile technology further accelerated change. Internet access became faster, more reliable, and more portable. Smartphones brought the internet into our pockets, making it a constant companion. Apps allowed for new forms of expression, collaboration, and commerce. The rise of cloud computing enabled vast storage and processing power to be accessed from anywhere. In recent years, the internet has become not just a tool, but a space, a place where we work, learn, socialize, and create. It supports remote education, telemedicine, global activism, and virtual communities. It has amplified voices, democratized knowledge, and fostered innovation at an unprecedented scale. But it has also introduced new challenges. Concerns about privacy, misinformation, cybercrime, and the digital divide. The internet's architecture, open, decentralized, and scalable, has made it extraordinarily resilient and adaptable. It continues to evolve through technologies like 5G, fiber optics, and satellite networks. And it has paved the way for the next frontier, the Internet of Things, in which billions of devices, cars, appliances, sensors, communicate and interact autonomously. At its heart, the Internet is a manifestation of human connection. It was built not by any single nation or company, but by countless engineers, researchers, and visionaries across decades. It embodies the principle that ideas grow stronger when they are shared, and that information wants to flow. As we stand at the threshold of even more interconnected futures, the Internet remains both a mirror and a magnifier, reflecting the best and worst of our societies and amplifying our capacities for creation, collaboration, and change. It is no longer just a network of machines, but a living, evolving extension of human thought and community. And like all great inventions, it began with a simple question: how can we better connect? Artificial intelligence. As the 21st century unfolds, one invention stands at the edge of imagination and reality, holding both promise and profound questions. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is not merely a tool. It is an attempt to simulate the essence of thought itself. It represents the aspiration to create machines that do not just compute, but learn, reason, adapt, and even create. In doing so, AI challenges the boundary between human and machine, ushering in a new era where intelligence is no longer solely the domain of biology. The seeds of artificial intelligence were planted long before the technology existed to realize it. In 1950, the British mathematician Alan Turing posed a question that would shape the field: can machines think? In his seminal paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, Turing proposed what is now known as the Turing test, a thought experiment to determine whether a machine's responses could be indistinguishable from a human's. It was a philosophical as much as a technical challenge. In the mid-20th century, with the rise of digital computing, the first AI researchers emerged. In 1956, at a summer conference at Dartmouth College, a group of scientists, including John McCarthy, who coined the term artificial intelligence, gathered to explore how machines could be made to simulate human intelligence. They envisioned systems that could reason logically, solve problems, and even understand language. Early AI programs achieved surprising successes. Systems like ELIZA, developed in the 1960s, mimicked human conversation. Others could solve algebra problems, play chess, or prove mathematical theorems. But these programs were narrow in scope and relied heavily on pre-programmed rules. The dream of general intelligence, machines that could learn and adapt like humans, remained distant. For decades, AI development moved in waves of enthusiasm and disillusionment. Periods of progress were followed by so-called AI winters, when funding and optimism waned due to unmet expectations. Yet beneath the surface, foundational work continued. Researchers studied how humans learn, how to represent knowledge, and how to build systems that could improve over time. A major breakthrough came with the rise of machine learning, a subfield of AI focused not on programming explicit instructions, but on enabling machines to learn from data. Algorithms could now identify patterns, make predictions, and improve with experience. This shift from rule-based AI to learning-based AI was transformative. The 2010s saw an explosion in AI capabilities, driven by three key forces: big data, powerful computing, and neural networks. Neural networks, inspired by the structure of the human brain, had existed for decades, but it was the development of deep learning, networks with many layers, that unlocked new possibilities. AI could now recognize images, translate languages, and even beat humans in complex games. One milestone came in 2016, when Google's AlphaGo defeated a world champion in the game of Go, an achievement once thought decades away. The program had learned strategy not from explicit rules, but from millions of games, combining pattern recognition with strategic planning. It was not just a victory in a game, but a demonstration of how AI could master tasks previously reserved for human intuition. Today, AI systems power search engines, recommend content, detect fraud, and assist in medical diagnoses. They write text, compose music, and generate artwork. They navigate self-driving cars and power voice assistants. These systems are not conscious or sentient, but they are capable of performing tasks that require a kind of narrow intelligence, focused, task-specific competence that continues to improve. The rise of generative AI, including models that can produce human-like language, images, and even code, marks a new chapter. These systems, trained on vast swaths of data, can mimic and synthesize human expression in ways once reserved for writers, artists, and engineers. Their fluency raises new opportunities and new dilemmas. With AI's growing capabilities come serious questions. How do we ensure fairness and transparency in systems that make decisions? How do we prevent bias, protect privacy, and safeguard against misuse? What happens when machines shape the flow of information or influence human choices? And ultimately, what role should AI play in society? And who gets to decide? Researchers and policymakers around the world are now grappling with these questions. Efforts to develop ethical AI, establish regulatory frameworks, and build trustworthy systems are underway. The goal is not only to advance technology, but to align it with human values. And still, the dream of general artificial intelligence, a system that can reason, learn, and adapt across any domain, remains a horizon yet to be reached. If achieved, it would represent not just an engineering feat, but a philosophical transformation, the creation of a new kind of mind. AI is both a mirror and a tool. It reflects how we think, what we value, and how we structure knowledge. It amplifies our strengths and exposes our blind spots. Like all great inventions, it is shaped by those who build it and those who use it. In the story of human progress, artificial intelligence stands as a profound chapter. It is the culmination of centuries of logic, mathematics, and computation, and the beginning of something entirely new. It challenges us not only to build wisely, but to ask what it means to be intelligent, and what it means to be human. The mind we built is still unfolding. Its future, like our own, is unwritten. Paper. The invention of paper is one of the most important milestones in the history of human civilization. It transformed the way people recorded, preserved, and transmitted knowledge. Long before its appearance, different cultures relied on a variety of materials to capture ideas and store information. In Mesopotamia, scribes pressed symbols into clay tablets. In Egypt, papyrus scrolls were created from reeds growing along the Nile. In Europe, parchment made from animal skins became the preferred medium for manuscripts. Each of these methods had value, but all were limited by cost, durability, or practicality. Clay was heavy, papyrus was fragile, and parchment required enormous resources. There was a need for something lighter, cheaper, and easier to produce. In ancient China, during the Han Dynasty, that need found its answer. In the year 105 CE, an official of the imperial court named Kai Luan presented a new material to the emperor. He had developed a process that involved pulping natural fibers, suspending them in water, and pressing the mixture into thin sheets. The result was strong, smooth, and flexible, a medium unlike anything used before. Kai Luan's formula relied on readily available materials such as tree bark, hemp, rags, and old fishing nets. The process was simple enough to be reproduced consistently, Yet the impact of this innovation was profound. Paper immediately proved more practical than bamboo strips, which were bulky and difficult to transport, or silk, which was expensive and far too valuable to be used widely. With paper, writing became accessible to officials, scholars, and eventually ordinary people. The Chinese administration quickly adopted it for record-keeping and communication, and literature began to flourish as stories, poems, and philosophical texts could be copied more easily and distributed more broadly. Education, governance, and culture all benefited from this seemingly humble invention. From China, the technology of papermaking spread gradually. By the 6th century, it reached Korea and Japan, where it became deeply intertwined with art and calligraphy. Japanese artisans refined the craft, producing washi paper that was prized for its texture and beauty. To the west, papermaking traveled along the Silk Road. By the 8th century, knowledge of the process had reached Samarkand, where skilled workers established some of the first paper mills outside of China. From there, the Islamic world embraced and advanced the technique. Baghdad became a major center of papermaking, and scholars in the House of Wisdom used the new medium to preserve, translate, and expand upon scientific and philosophical works from Greece, Persia, and India. The use of paper allowed knowledge to circulate more widely, fueling the intellectual achievements of the Islamic Golden Age. By the 12th century, papermaking had spread into Europe through Spain and Italy. The timing was critical. Europe was experiencing growth in commerce, governance, and education, and the demand for a reliable and affordable writing material was rising. Parchment remained too costly to meet the expanding needs of universities, monasteries, and city administrations. Paper, by contrast, could be produced at scale. Mills were established across the continent, and by the late Middle Ages, paper was becoming the dominant medium for manuscripts and records. The invention of paper reached its true global potential in the 15th century, when Johannes Gutenberg introduced the printing press. The two technologies complemented each other perfectly. Without inexpensive and abundant paper, printing would not have been practical. Without the press, the impact of paper would have remained limited. Together, they created the conditions for the spread of literacy and knowledge on an unprecedented scale. Books, pamphlets, and newspapers could now be produced in large numbers, reaching people far beyond the elite classes. This combination fueled the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the scientific revolution. Ideas moved across borders with a speed that would have been unimaginable in earlier centuries, and the very structure of society began to shift as a result. Over the centuries, paper embedded itself in every aspect of human life. Governments used it for laws, treaties, and decrees. Businesses relied on it for contracts and transactions. Writers, scientists, and philosophers turned to it to record their insights, leaving behind works that continue to influence the world. Maps guided explorers, sheet music preserved compositions, and personal letters carried emotions across distances. Paper became not just a medium for information, but a vessel of human expression in all its forms. Even in the modern age, when digital technologies dominate communication, paper has not lost its relevance. Books remain central to culture, education, and personal reflection. Newspapers and magazines continue to shape public discourse. Paper is also essential in packaging, design, and countless practical applications of everyday life. Its physicality gives it a presence that digital media cannot entirely replace. A handwritten note, a certificate, or a printed photograph holds a tangible quality that speaks directly to human senses. The invention of paper was not simply about creating a new material. It was about enabling ideas to endure and travel across time and space. By making writing more accessible, it allowed civilizations to expand the boundaries of their memory. It supported the growth of science, art, and governance. It prepared the foundation for printing, education, and the modern information age. Few inventions have had such a far-reaching and lasting influence. From its beginnings in the Han Dynasty to its global presence today, paper remains one of the most significant achievements in human history. It is a reminder that sometimes the most transformative technologies are not the most complex, but the ones that quietly reshape the way people think, communicate, and imagine the future. Printing on paper. The invention of printing with movable type was one of the greatest breakthroughs in human history. While paper provided humanity with a medium for writing, movable type printing transformed the way knowledge could be copied and spread. It marked the beginning of mass communication, creating the foundation for literacy, science, and culture as we know them today. The story begins in China during the 11th century, in the Song dynasty. A man named Bai Shang is credited with creating the first system of movable type around the year 1040 CE. His idea was elegant yet revolutionary. Instead of carving entire pages of text into wooden blocks, which was the common method of block printing at the time, he created individual characters that could be arranged and rearranged to form words and sentences. Each character was made from baked clay, hardened by fire, and stored carefully so that it could be used again whenever needed. This invention offered a remarkable advantage. Traditional woodblock printing required a new block to be carved for every page. The process was slow, labor-intensive, and limited in flexibility. By contrast, movable type allowed printers to reuse characters infinitely, rearranging them to form any new text. With this method, documents could be produced more quickly, and mistakes could be corrected without starting from the beginning. It was a system that anticipated modern typography centuries before it took root in Europe. Despite its ingenuity, movable type in China faced practical limitations. The Chinese writing system contains thousands of unique characters, making the storage and organization of type a complex challenge. Nevertheless, the idea did not disappear. It spread across East Asia, influencing printing in Korea, where artisans refined the technology further. In the 13th century, Korean printers developed movable type made of metal, a step that gave their system durability and precision. Some of the earliest surviving printed books using metal movable type date to the 1370s, predating similar works in Europe by several decades. While East Asia was experimenting with this new technology, Europe was still reliant on handwritten manuscripts and woodblock printing. The arrival of paper in the West during the Middle Ages prepared the ground for change, but it was not until the 15th century that movable type found its full potential. In Mainz, Germany, around 1450, Johannes Gutenberg developed a printing system that combined metal movable type with oil-based ink and a mechanical press. His design allowed for sharp impressions on paper, consistent replication, and rapid production compared to any previous method. Gutenberg's invention had an immediate and far-reaching impact. The first major work printed with his press, the Gutenberg Bible, demonstrated the clarity and beauty that the new technology could achieve. But more importantly, it showed that books could be produced in large numbers at a fraction of the cost of hand copying. Within decades, printing presses spread across Europe, from Italy to England, transforming the intellectual and cultural landscape. The rise of movable type printing coincided with major turning points in European history. The Renaissance was fueled by the availability of classical texts and new works that could now circulate widely. The Protestant Reformation gained momentum as Martin Luther's writings were reproduced and distributed quickly across borders. Scientific discoveries could be recorded, published, and shared with scholars across the continent, accelerating progress in astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. For the first time, ideas could travel faster than armies, and words became as powerful as weapons. By the 16th century, printing presses operated in every major European city, producing not only religious and scholarly texts but also practical guides, pamphlets, and news sheets. Literacy expanded as books became more affordable, and education was no longer the privilege of a small elite. Movable type printing created a public sphere where knowledge, debate, and information shaped societies in ways that had never been possible before. In the centuries that followed, the printing press remained at the center of human progress. It supported the Enlightenment, when philosophers and political thinkers could reach new audiences. It preserved the knowledge of the Industrial Revolution, documenting scientific breakthroughs and technical manuals that fueled further innovation. It carried literature, poetry, and newspapers into homes, creating shared cultural experiences and shaping modern identity. Even today, the legacy of movable type is evident. Although digital media now dominates communication, the concept of reusable characters arranged to form text lives on in every font, keyboard, and screen. The transition from clay and metal type to pixels and algorithms represents continuity rather than replacement. The principles established in the 11th century by Shang and perfected in the 15th century by Gutenberg remain at the core of how humanity shares information. The invention of movable type printing was not merely a new tool. It was a transformation of human society, multiplying the power of paper and amplifying the reach of ideas. By making knowledge reproducible on a massive scale, it allowed civilizations to move forward more quickly than ever before. It stands as one of the clearest examples of how a single innovation can alter the course of history. Glass. The story of glass is one of the longest and most influential in human history. Unlike many other inventions, it was not the product of a single moment or a single mind, but rather a gradual discovery and refinement that stretched across centuries. From its earliest accidental formation in fire and sand to its role in modern science and technology, glass has accompanied humanity's progress, shaping the way people see the world, sometimes literally. The earliest known glass dates back more than 4,000 years, to ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt. At first, glass was not transparent and not even intended for windows. It was used in beads, ornaments, and vessels, prized for its color and shine rather than clarity. Craftsmen learned to melt sand with lime and ash, producing a solid that could be shaped into small decorative objects. These items were rare and valuable, reserved for elites and temples, and their creation required great skill. For centuries, glass remained a luxury material, its secrets guarded closely by artisans who passed down their methods within small circles. The transformation of glass into a functional material came much later. In the 1st century BCE, glassblowing was discovered in the eastern Mediterranean, likely in the region of modern-day Syria. This technique revolutionized production. By inflating molten glass with a pipe, artisans could create shapes more quickly and with less material than ever before. Bottles, jars, and drinking vessels became more affordable, and glass began to spread into everyday use. The Romans embraced this innovation, establishing workshops across their empire and integrating glass into domestic life. For the first time, glass was no longer just a treasure for the wealthy but an accessible commodity for broader society. One of the most significant turning points in the history of glass was the development of transparency. Early glass was often cloudy or tinted, but through refinement of ingredients and firing methods, artisans learned to produce clearer material. By the late Roman period, flat sheets of glass began to appear in architecture, used in windows to admit light while keeping out wind and rain. Although these early panes were far from perfect, they marked the beginning of a transformation in how people interacted with their surroundings. The idea of looking through a man-made material at the world beyond was something entirely new. During the Middle Ages, glass continued to evolve, both as a craft and as a symbol. In cathedrals across Europe, stained glass windows became a central feature of religious architecture. These vast, colorful artworks filled interiors with light and told biblical stories to congregations who could not read. The production of stained glass required extraordinary skill, as artisans combined chemistry, art, and architecture into a single expression of devotion. While these windows were far from transparent, they demonstrated the versatility of glass and its ability to shape human experience on a monumental scale. It was in the late medieval and early Renaissance periods, however, that glass began to reveal its true potential for science. In Venice, particularly on the island of Murano, glassmakers perfected techniques for producing clear and high-quality glass. This innovation made possible the invention of lenses, small curved pieces of glass that could bend and focus light. With lenses came eyeglasses, first recorded in Italy in the 13th century, offering a simple but life-changing solution for people with poor eyesight. For the first time, age and vision problems no longer limited a scholar's ability to read and write. The significance of lenses extended far beyond personal vision. By the 16th and 17th centuries, lenses were combined into instruments that opened entirely new worlds. The telescope allowed humanity to observe the heavens with clarity, leading Galileo and others to discoveries that transformed astronomy. The microscope revealed the previously invisible world of cells and microorganisms, laying the foundation for modern biology and medicine. Both instruments were only possible because of glass, and both altered humanity's understanding of nature and the universe. In the modern era, glass became indispensable in countless fields. In architecture, large panes enabled the rise of skyscrapers and modern buildings filled with natural light. In science, laboratory glassware allowed precise experiments in chemistry and physics. In communication, glass played a key role in the development of cameras, projectors, and later, fiber optic cables that now carry data around the world at the speed of light. Every step of progress in optics, from the first spectacles to advanced telescopes observing distant galaxies, has been tied to the refinement of glass. Even in daily life, the presence of glass is constant and essential. Windows, mirrors, bottles, screens, and countless other objects reflect how deeply integrated this material has become in human civilization. Its properties, clarity, durability, and the ability to be shaped into almost any form make it unlike any other substance. The invention of glass was not a single event but a continuous process of discovery and improvement. From ancient beads to modern fiber optics, it has been a companion to human creativity and ambition. It allowed people not only to preserve and contain but also to see further and deeper, both into the cosmos and into the smallest building blocks of life. Few materials have shaped human perception, literally and figuratively, as profoundly as glass. Concrete. Concrete is one of the most transformative inventions in the history of construction. It gave human beings the ability to build structures stronger, larger, and more enduring than anything possible with wood, brick, or stone alone. Its story stretches back thousands of years, but it is most closely associated with the engineering achievements of ancient Rome, where concrete became the foundation of an empire's architecture and infrastructure. The earliest forms of concrete-like materials appeared in antiquity. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, builders mixed mud, clay, or gypsum with straw and aggregates to bind bricks and stones together. These primitive mixtures hardened over time and provided strength beyond what raw stone or brick could offer. Yet the true breakthrough came much later, when the Romans discovered how to harness volcanic ash, lime, and water to create a durable, versatile substance that we now recognize as concrete. Roman concrete, known as opus cementitium, was a mixture of lime mortar, volcanic ash called pozzolana, water, and stones or rubble. This combination produced a material with extraordinary resilience. Unlike earlier mortars, Roman concrete could set underwater, making it ideal for harbors, aqueducts, and bridges. This property alone gave Roman engineers unmatched freedom to design structures that other civilizations could not match. The Romans quickly realized the potential of this invention. With concrete, they constructed aqueducts that carried water over vast distances, ensuring the survival of their growing cities. They built massive amphitheaters, including the Colosseum, where tens of thousands could gather for public spectacles. They raised temples, baths, and basilicas that became the heart of civic life. Roads paved with concrete connected the empire, enabling trade, communication, and military movement across continents. Perhaps the most striking achievement of Roman concrete was in monumental architecture. The Pantheon in Rome, completed in the 2nd century CE, stands as one of the greatest examples of its power. Its dome, spanning over 40 meters, remains the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world. Nearly 2,000 years later, it still inspires awe, a testament to the durability of the material and the ingenuity of those who worked with it. The fact that Roman concrete structures continue to stand today, while many later constructions have crumbled, shows the extraordinary qualities of the invention. One of the reasons Roman concrete was so durable lies in its chemistry. Modern studies have revealed that the volcanic ash used by the Romans contained minerals that, over time, reacted with seawater and reinforced the material. Rather than weakening, Roman marine structures often grew stronger with age. This self-healing property of ancient concrete has intrigued scientists, who continue to study it in hopes of applying its principles to modern construction. After the fall of the Roman Empire, much of the knowledge of concrete was lost in Europe. For centuries, builders relied more heavily on stone masonry and other traditional methods. While lime mortars remained in use, the large-scale application of true concrete virtually disappeared. It was not until the 18th and 19th centuries that concrete reemerged as a major material, this time refined and adapted for modern industrial use. The revival came with the invention of Portland cement in the early 19th century. This new formulation, developed in England, provided a consistent and reliable binder for concrete. It could be mass-produced and standardized, making it the backbone of modern construction. With the addition of steel reinforcement in the late 19th century, concrete reached a new level of strength and flexibility. Reinforced concrete made possible skyscrapers, dams, highways, and countless forms of infrastructure that define the modern world. From Roman aqueducts to modern skyscrapers, the continuity of concrete's role in human civilization is clear. It is a material that bridges eras, cultures, and technologies. Its adaptability allows it to take on many forms, from massive structural supports to delicate architectural details. It has shaped cities, enabled global trade, and supported societies in ways that are often taken for granted. Today, concrete is the most widely used construction material on Earth. From bridges and tunnels to homes and schools, it forms the backbone of modern civilization. Billions of tons are produced each year, shaping skylines and landscapes across the planet. At the same time, engineers are looking for ways to improve it, making it stronger, more sustainable, and more durable, much like the concrete of ancient Rome. Concrete is more than just a building material. It is a symbol of permanence and human ambition. It represents the desire to create structures that endure, to shape environments that last beyond generations. The Romans first unlocked its potential, and humanity has continued to build upon that foundation ever since. The invention of concrete stands as one of the clearest examples of how a single material can define entire civilizations, leaving monuments that carry their memory through millennia. Clock, mechanical clock. The measurement of time has always been essential to human life. From the movement of the sun and stars to the changing of the seasons, people have sought ways to track and divide time in order to organize their activities. For millennia, timekeeping was based on natural rhythms and simple tools. Sundials marked the hours of daylight, while water clocks and sand hourglasses measured intervals with more consistency. These instruments served their purpose but lacked accuracy and reliability. The invention of the mechanical clock changed this forever. It transformed time from something observed in nature into something measured with precision, shaping economies, societies, and the modern sense of daily life. The earliest true mechanical clocks appeared in Europe during the late 13th century. Unlike earlier devices, they did not rely on flowing water or shifting sand, but instead used gears, weights, and escapements to regulate movement. The escapement was the crucial mechanism that allowed energy to be released in controlled steps, producing a regular ticking motion. With this innovation, it became possible to keep track of time in hours and eventually minutes with far greater accuracy than before. Many of the first mechanical clocks were installed in towers in public squares and cathedrals. They were large, heavy, and complex machines, often taking up entire rooms. Their purpose was not only practical but also symbolic. By striking bells at regular intervals, these clocks marked the passage of time for entire communities, bringing order to daily activities, religious rituals, and civic life. Townspeople no longer needed to rely solely on the position of the sun. Instead, they could coordinate work, trade, and worship according to the steady rhythm of the clock. The mechanical clock also carried deep cultural meaning. In medieval Europe, it represented the growing desire to measure and control time itself, reflecting changes in society. As commerce expanded and cities grew, precise timekeeping became increasingly important. Markets opened and closed at set hours, and transport schedules required coordination. In monasteries, where prayers and rituals were divided into strict intervals, clocks became essential for maintaining discipline. The spread of mechanical clocks reflected a shift from natural cycles to human-regulated time, laying the groundwork for the modern concept of punctuality. As technology advanced, mechanical clocks became more refined. By the 15th century, improvements in design allowed for smaller and more accurate mechanisms. Portable clocks began to appear, though they were still rare and costly. Clockmaking became a specialized craft, combining engineering, art, and precision. Cities such as Nuremberg and Florence became centers of horology, producing instruments that were as much works of beauty as they were tools of measurement. The increasing accuracy of clocks also contributed to scientific progress, providing a reliable way to record observations and conduct experiments. One of the greatest leaps in timekeeping came with the invention of the pendulum clock in the 17th century. Dutch scientist Christian Huygens applied the principle of the pendulum to regulate the escapement, dramatically improving accuracy. While earlier clocks might drift by minutes each day, pendulum clocks could keep time to within seconds. This breakthrough transformed astronomy, navigation, and physics. Sailors used accurate clocks to determine longitude at sea, an achievement that opened the way for safer global exploration and trade. Astronomers, meanwhile, relied on precise time measurements to chart the movement of celestial bodies, deepening humanity's understanding of the universe. Over the centuries, the mechanical clock became smaller, more reliable, and more widespread. Pocket watches and later wristwatches made personal timekeeping possible, integrating precision into everyday life. By the Industrial Revolution, factory schedules, train timetables, and urban routines all depended on synchronized clocks. Time was no longer a matter of approximation but an exact standard that organized entire societies. Mechanical clocks helped create the rhythm of modernity, regulating labor, commerce, and communication across nations. Even in the age of digital technology, the legacy of mechanical clocks endures. Atomic clocks now measure time with unimaginable precision, but the principles of gears, escapements, and oscillating regulators remain at the foundation of all timekeeping. The tick of a clock, once revolutionary, is still a familiar sound that connects centuries of innovation. The invention of the mechanical clock was more than a technical achievement. It was a cultural shift that altered the relationship between humans and time. By allowing people to measure hours and minutes with accuracy, it provided structure to daily life, discipline to society, and tools for scientific discovery. From the great clock towers of medieval Europe to the watches people carry today, mechanical timekeeping represents one of the most enduring legacies of human ingenuity. Paper money. For most of human history, trade was based on barter or the direct exchange of goods. Later, societies developed coinage made from precious metals such as gold, silver, and copper. Coins held intrinsic value and could be carried easily, but they also had limitations. Large transactions required heavy amounts of metal, and as economies expanded, the need for a lighter, more flexible system of exchange became clear. The invention of paper money marked one of the most transformative steps in the history of finance. It introduced the idea that value could be represented not by material substance but by trust in an issuing authority. The earliest known use of paper money appeared in China during the Tang dynasty in the 7th century. At first, merchants used promissory notes, written agreements that promised payment of coin at a later date. These documents were easier to carry than bags of copper coins and gradually began to circulate as a substitute for money itself. By the 11th century, under the Song dynasty, this practice evolved into a formal system. The government authorized the printing of jiaozi, considered the world's first official banknotes. Backed by state regulation, these notes could be exchanged for goods and were accepted across vast regions of China. The introduction of paper money represented a profound change. For the first time, currency was not tied directly to its material substance but to the authority that issued it. A piece of paper, nearly worthless in itself, carried value because people trusted that it could be exchanged for goods or coins. This required faith in the government or institution behind the notes. It was an abstract idea but one that made commerce far more efficient. Merchants could travel great distances with lightweight paper instead of heavy metal, allowing trade networks to expand across Asia. When the Mongol Empire rose in the 13th century, paper money spread even further. Under the rule of Kublai Khan, China relied heavily on printed notes, which were produced in large quantities and made from mulberry bark. European visitors such as Marco Polo wrote with amazement about this strange form of currency that was as good as gold in the markets of the East. In Europe, where coinage had deep cultural roots, the idea of paper money took centuries to be accepted. Yet the reports of travelers planted the seeds of curiosity about this revolutionary financial tool. Paper currency reached Europe in the 17th century, beginning in Sweden. In 1661, the Stockholm Banco issued the first European banknotes, offering an alternative to heavy copper coins. Other nations soon followed, as governments and banks recognized the advantages of paper-based currency. England, France, and the Netherlands all experimented with banknotes, tying their value to reserves of gold or silver. Over time, paper money became more widely trusted, especially as financial institutions grew stronger. The shift to paper money was not without challenges. Inflation, counterfeiting, and overprinting posed serious risks. When too many notes were issued without sufficient reserves, trust collapsed, and economies suffered. Several early experiments with paper money ended in crisis, showing how delicate the balance of trust could be. Nevertheless, the benefits were undeniable. Paper currency allowed governments to manage larger economies, finance projects, and engage in trade on a new scale. By the 18th and 19th centuries, paper money had become a standard feature of global commerce. Banknotes were issued with elaborate designs and security features to prevent forgery. National currencies developed, representing the strength and stability of states. As economies industrialized, paper money became the lifeblood of trade, wages, and investment. Its portability and flexibility made it indispensable for a world moving faster and growing more connected. In the 20th century, the link between paper money and precious metals was gradually severed. Most nations abandoned the gold standard, shifting fully to fiat money, currency that holds value solely because governments declare it legal tender. This development underscored the central principle of paper money. That value is not inherent in the material but in the trust placed in the system. Modern economies, from everyday purchases to global markets, rest on this foundation. Today, physical banknotes coexist with digital transactions, credit systems, and electronic currencies. Yet the invention of paper money remains a turning point in human history. It redefined wealth and exchange, making economic activity more fluid and adaptable. What began as promissory notes among Chinese merchants grew into a universal system that shapes every corner of modern life. The story of paper money is the story of abstraction, of moving from tangible wealth to symbolic representation. It demonstrated that the most powerful tools are not always material but conceptual. A simple piece of paper became the key to commerce, finance, and global trade. In its quiet way, the invention of paper money changed the structure of economies and the rhythm of human civilization, proving that trust itself could hold the weight of value. Gun. The story of the gun begins with the discovery of gunpowder in China more than 1,000 years ago. Gunpowder itself had already transformed the nature of warfare, powering early rockets, fire lances, and primitive explosives. Yet it was the development of the gun, a portable device capable of directing explosive force through a barrel, that reshaped the balance of power in societies across the world. Unlike the bow or the sword, the gun relied not on the strength or skill of the warrior but on the controlled mechanics of chemistry and engineering. The earliest form of the gun appeared in the 13th century. Chinese inventors created hand cannons, metal tubes loaded with gunpowder and a projectile, ignited through a touch hole with a burning fuse. These crude weapons were unreliable, heavy, and difficult to handle, but they marked the beginning of a new age. The concept was simple. An explosion could propel a projectile farther and faster than any human arm. Even in its roughest form, the gun introduced an entirely different relationship between humans and combat. By the 14th century, the idea spread along trade routes to the Middle East and Europe. Metallurgy advanced, and craftsmen began forging stronger barrels capable of withstanding the explosive pressure of gunpowder. The matchlock mechanism emerged in the 15th century, allowing soldiers to ignite the powder with a trigger-controlled burning match. This innovation transformed the gun from an unwieldy experiment into a practical battlefield weapon. It allowed infantry to carry firearms that could be fired with relative consistency, giving armies new tactical possibilities. The evolution of gun design continued steadily. The 16th century saw the introduction of the wheellock and flintlock systems, which replaced the burning match with sparks generated mechanically. These weapons were more reliable, especially in damp conditions, and easier to carry into battle. Flintlock muskets became standard across Europe, reshaping military organization. Armies shifted from reliance on knights and heavily armored cavalry to formations of infantry soldiers armed with firearms. The battlefield became dominated not by individual prowess but by collective firepower. The psychological impact of the gun was as significant as its physical power. Unlike traditional weapons, firearms could be used effectively by relatively untrained soldiers. This altered the structure of warfare, making it possible to arm large numbers of common troops with lethal efficiency. The balance of power tilted toward centralized states that could afford to equip and organize standing armies. Castles and fortresses, once nearly invincible against swords and arrows, fell quickly under the pressure of cannon and gunfire. The medieval world gave way to the early modern age, shaped by the roar of firearms. Guns also traveled with explorers, traders, and colonizers. In the 15th and 16th centuries, European expansion across the seas was supported by firearms, which gave small groups of soldiers a decisive advantage over larger forces still relying on traditional weapons. The gun became both a tool of conquest and a symbol of power. Its presence reshaped encounters between cultures, often with devastating consequences for those unprepared for its force. Over the centuries, firearms continued to evolve. Rifling, developed in the early modern period, introduced spiral grooves inside barrels, giving projectiles greater accuracy. The 19th century brought percussion caps, breech-loading mechanisms, and eventually repeating rifles, each improvement making firearms faster, more reliable, and deadlier. By the time of the industrial age, guns were no longer handmade devices but products of mass production, distributed on a scale the world had never seen before. The invention of the gun also had profound effects beyond the battlefield. It changed hunting practices, altered personal defense, and influenced social structures. The presence of firearms in civilian life created both new opportunities for security and new challenges for safety. Entire industries grew around the production, maintenance, and trade of guns, making them a permanent fixture in global economies. In the 20th century, firearms technology reached unprecedented levels. Semi-automatic and automatic weapons redefined combat, shifting from single-shot muskets to rapid-fire rifles and machine guns. Wars fought with such weapons inflicted destruction on a scale unimaginable in earlier centuries. Yet the principles remained rooted in that original idea, harnessing an explosion to propel a projectile. Today, the gun stands as one of the most consequential inventions in human history. It is inseparable from the story of power, conflict, and authority. From the hand cannons of medieval China to the precision-engineered firearms of the modern world, the trajectory of the gun reflects both human ingenuity and the profound consequences of technological change. The invention of the gun did not merely add a new weapon to the human arsenal. It shifted the very foundations of warfare, governance, and society. By equalizing the battlefield and amplifying the reach of force, it altered the path of civilizations. In its unassuming design, a barrel, a charge, and a projectile, the gun carries the weight of centuries of transformation, a reminder of how a single invention can redirect the course of history. Printing of maps, cartography. For as long as humans have traveled, they have needed ways to represent the world around them. Early maps were drawn by hand on clay, parchment, or animal skin, and often served local or symbolic purposes. They were limited in number, unique in form, and difficult to reproduce. Each copy had to be redrawn from scratch, which meant that knowledge of geography spread slowly, confined to small circles of navigators, scholars, or rulers. The invention of printing, combined with the art of cartography, changed this forever. The printing of maps transformed human understanding of space, distance, and the very shape of the world. The first printed maps appeared in Europe during the 15th century, shortly after the development of movable type printing. At first, woodblock printing was used, with entire maps carved into a single block of wood. These maps were relatively crude, but they made possible the reproduction of identical copies. For the first time, maps could be multiplied and distributed, no longer bound to the limitations of a single manuscript. Scholars, merchants, and travelers gained access to consistent representations of geography, and this consistency became a foundation for exploration. The combination of printing and cartography reached new heights during the Age of Exploration. As European sailors ventured across oceans in the 15th and 16th centuries, the demand for accurate maps grew rapidly. Printed atlases began to appear, most famously the works of cartographers such as Gerardus Mercator. His projection method, introduced in the 16th century, allowed navigators to plot courses on straight lines, making sea travel more practical and reliable. The fact that these maps could be printed and distributed widely meant that navigational knowledge did not remain the secret of a few but became a shared resource across nations. The spread of printed maps also reshaped education and scholarship. Geography became a subject that could be studied systematically, with students and scholars referring to identical visual representations. This standardization created a common frame of reference. People in distant lands could point to the same shapes, borders, and coastlines, gradually forming a shared picture of the Earth. The printing of maps thus turned geography from scattered local knowledge into a global science. Maps also played a role in politics and power. The ability to print and distribute maps gave rulers a tool to define and display their territories. Boundaries could be drawn, claims asserted, and empires imagined on paper. Maps became symbols of authority as much as tools for navigation. Colonizing powers used them to plan voyages, stake claims in foreign lands, and justify expansion. The lines drawn on printed maps often foreshadowed the borders of modern nations. In addition, printed maps had a cultural dimension. They shaped how people thought about the world and their place within it. For many, a map was the first visual encounter with lands they would never see. Atlases brought distant continents into homes and libraries, making the world feel both larger and more connected. This change in perception fueled curiosity, trade, and a growing sense of global interdependence. The technology of printing improved over time, allowing for greater detail, accuracy, and artistry. Copperplate engraving in the 16th century allowed cartographers to achieve finer lines and more precise coastlines than woodblocks could provide. By the 17th and 18th centuries, beautifully illustrated maps circulated across Europe, blending science with art. These maps were not only functional tools, but also cultural treasures, collected and admired for their beauty, as much as for their utility. The influence of printed maps extended into science. They supported advances in astronomy, navigation, and natural history. Explorers recorded new coastlines, scientists plotted observations of the stars, and naturalists mapped regions of flora and fauna. Each discovery could be reproduced and shared, building a collective body of geographic knowledge that steadily refined humanity's understanding of the planet. By the 19th century, with industrial-scale printing presses, maps became accessible to the general public. They appeared in schoolbooks, newspapers, and travel guides. No longer limited to scholars or sailors, maps entered the everyday lives of ordinary people. The printing of maps had democratized access to spatial knowledge, making it possible for anyone to hold the world in their hands. Today, digital mapping and satellite imagery have transformed cartography once again, but the principle remains the same. The ability to replicate and distribute maps changes how people see the world. The printing of maps was the first great leap in that direction, a revolution that turned geography from scattered local drawings into a universal language of exploration and understanding. The invention was not only about ink on paper. It was about multiplying knowledge, spreading orientation, and giving humanity a shared vision of Earth itself. Through printed maps, the world became measurable, navigable, and, for the first time, truly global. Microscope. For most of human history, the natural world was studied with the naked eye. Plants, animals, rocks, and stars could be observed in detail only as far as human sight allowed. But beyond that threshold, the tiny structures hidden within drops of water, the invisible patterns shaping life, remained unknown. The invention of the microscope revealed this hidden universe. It gave humanity a tool to peer into realms smaller than imagination, opening new sciences and changing our understanding of existence itself. The origins of the microscope trace back to the late 16th century in Europe. Spectacle makers had long experimented with lenses, grinding glass to aid the vision of the elderly or those with failing eyesight. In the Netherlands, around the year 1590, Hans and Zacharias Janssen, a father and son team of lens makers, are often credited with constructing one of the first compound microscopes. By placing two lenses in a tube, they found that objects appeared greatly magnified. Though rudimentary, their device marked the beginning of an entirely new way of seeing. In the decades that followed, microscopes were refined. Lenses were improved, tubes lengthened, and magnification increased. Yet the true potential of the instrument was revealed in the hands of Antony van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch tradesman with no formal scientific training. Working in the 17th century, he crafted simple microscopes with lenses of remarkable clarity, capable of magnifying up to 200 times. Through these instruments, he became the first to observe bacteria, protozoa, and the circulation of blood cells. He called these tiny forms animalcules, and his letters to the Royal Society of London astonished the learned world. Leeuwenhoek's discoveries revealed that life existed on a scale previously unimaginable. A drop of pond water swarmed with invisible creatures. Human tissues contained structures no eye had seen. The world was far more complex and far more alive than anyone had suspected. The microscope had opened a window into a hidden dimension of reality, one that would become central to biology and medicine. The development of the compound microscope advanced steadily through the 17th and 18th centuries. Scholars used it to study plant tissues, insects, and the fine structures of minerals. Robert Hooke, in his famous book Micrographia of 1665, published detailed illustrations of what he saw through his microscope. He described the cellular structure of cork, coining the term cell, a word that would later become fundamental to biology. The microscope allowed natural philosophers to transform speculation into direct observation, building the foundations of modern science. Yet microscopes were not without problems. Early lenses suffered from distortions, causing blurred or colored images. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, opticians worked to improve clarity and magnification. By combining different kinds of glass in achromatic lenses, they corrected many of these flaws. With these refinements, microscopes became powerful tools for professional laboratories and universities, not just curiosities for wealthy collectors. In the 19th century, the microscope became central to medicine. Scientists such as Rudolf Virchow used it to study diseased tissues, leading to the formulation of the cell theory that all living organisms are composed of cells, and that disease often begins at the cellular level. This insight revolutionized medical understanding, shifting the study of illness from vague imbalances of the body to precise biological causes. The microscope transformed diagnosis, research, and treatment, laying the groundwork for modern pathology. The instrument also deepened humanity's understanding of reproduction, heredity, and development. Microscopic studies of sperm, eggs, and embryos revealed processes that connected the smallest units of life to the continuity of species. The discoveries made possible by the microscope wove together medicine, biology, and chemistry into a new, unified science of life. By the 20th century, microscopes had advanced far beyond simple optical devices. The invention of the electron microscope in the 1930s pushed the boundaries even further. Instead of light, it used beams of electrons, achieving magnifications thousands of times greater than traditional lenses. With this tool, scientists could see viruses, cellular organelles, and even the fine structure of molecules. The hidden world revealed by the microscope expanded into unimaginable depths, showing that even the smallest forms of life were themselves composed of intricate systems. In the modern era, microscopes continue to be essential across science and technology. From medical research to materials engineering, from nanotechnology to forensics, the ability to observe the smallest structures remains at the heart of discovery. Microscopes guide surgeons in delicate procedures, help biologists trace the pathways of disease, and allow chemists to study the arrangement of atoms. They are not just tools of vision but instruments of understanding. The cultural impact of the microscope is as profound as its scientific contributions. It changed how humanity sees itself. Before its invention, the boundaries of perception seemed fixed. The microscope shattered that limit, revealing that what appears solid and simple is in fact layered, complex, and dynamic. It taught humanity that reality extends far beyond the reach of unaided senses. The invention of the microscope was not just a technical achievement. It was a philosophical shift, reminding us that truth often lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. From the first crude lenses of the Jansons to the powerful electron microscopes of today, this instrument has illuminated the invisible, transforming mystery into knowledge. It has given us access to the unseen architecture of life itself, changing forever the way we understand the natural world. Vaccination. For much of human history, disease was an ever-present shadow. Epidemics swept through cities and villages, claiming countless lives and leaving survivors scarred or weakened. Smallpox, plague, and measles shaped the course of civilizations as much as wars or politics. Before the modern age of medicine, protection against such illnesses seemed beyond reach. The invention of vaccination changed this reality. It was the first great triumph of preventive medicine, offering not only treatment but immunity, shielding individuals and communities from the devastation of disease. The origins of vaccination are closely tied to the long struggle against smallpox, one of the deadliest diseases known to humanity. Smallpox had existed for thousands of years, leaving its mark in the scars of survivors and the collapse of societies. Mortality rates were staggering, and those who lived often carried permanent disfigurements. By the 17th century, smallpox was a global terror, feared in every part of the world. Before true vaccination, there existed a practice known as variolation. This method, developed in Asia and Africa, involved deliberately introducing material from smallpox sores into a healthy person, usually through a cut in the skin or inhalation. The procedure often caused a mild form of the disease, after which the patient gained immunity. Variolation was risky, some died as a result, but compared to the deadly outbreaks of natural smallpox, it offered a chance of survival. Knowledge of this technique spread to the Ottoman Empire and then to Europe in the 18th century, where it gained attention among physicians and aristocrats. The breakthrough came with the work of Edward Jenner, an English physician in the late 18th century. Jenner observed that milkmaids who had contracted cowpox, a mild disease affecting cattle, seemed resistant to smallpox. In 1796, he tested his idea by introducing material from a cowpox sore into the arm of a young boy. The boy developed a mild illness but did not contract smallpox when later exposed to it. Jenner's experiment demonstrated that immunity could be safely achieved without the deadly risks of variolation. He called the method vaccination, from the Latin word vacca, meaning cow. Jenner's discovery spread quickly. At first, there was skepticism and resistance, but the results were undeniable. Communities that adopted vaccination saw smallpox cases decline. Governments began to support the practice, and by the 19th century, vaccination campaigns were taking place across Europe and beyond. The concept of preventing disease through controlled exposure had entered medical science, transforming how humanity approached health. The significance of vaccination extended beyond smallpox. Once the principle was established, that the body could be trained to resist disease through exposure to weakened or related agents, scientists sought to apply it to other illnesses. In the late 19th century, Louis Pasteur built upon Jenner's work, developing vaccines for rabies and anthrax. Pasteur's contributions demonstrated that vaccination was not a singular event but the beginning of a broader medical revolution. The impact of vaccination on society cannot be overstated. For the first time, humanity could fight disease not reactively but proactively. Instead of waiting for epidemics to strike, people could prepare defenses in advance. Vaccination campaigns became public health measures, protecting not just individuals but entire populations. The concept of herd immunity emerged, showing that when enough people were vaccinated, disease could no longer spread freely, shielding even those who remained vulnerable. In the 20th century, vaccination expanded dramatically. New vaccines were developed for polio, measles, diphtheria, tetanus, and many more. Entire generations grew up free from diseases that had once killed or crippled millions. Perhaps the greatest triumph came in 1980, when the World Health Organization declared smallpox eradicated. It was the first time in history that a human disease had been completely eliminated, a victory made possible only through vaccination. The story of vaccination also reveals a deeper truth about human progress. It shows how careful observation, combined with courage and scientific inquiry, can alter the destiny of entire populations. From Jenner's modest experiment on a small English farm to global health campaigns spanning continents, vaccination represents the collective effort of humanity to overcome one of nature's greatest challenges. Even today, vaccines remain at the center of public health. They continue to protect against old diseases and new ones, forming a shield against threats that might otherwise overwhelm societies. They embody the principle that knowledge and prevention can triumph over fear and suffering. The invention of vaccination was more than a medical technique. It was a turning point in civilization, a reminder that human ingenuity can transform vulnerability into strength. By unlocking the body's natural defenses, vaccination gave humanity one of its most powerful tools, not only to save lives but to change the very relationship between people and disease. Photography. The invention of photography marked a profound transformation in the way humans perceived and preserved reality. For millennia, images were captured only through the hands of artists, painters, sculptors, and illustrators, each interpretation filtered through imagination and skill. But in the early 19th century, humanity found a way to let light itself record the world. It was a shift from memory and interpretation to permanence and objectivity. The moment photography arrived, the human relationship with time, history, and truth would never be the same. The story begins with the French inventor Joseph Nicephore Niepce. In 1826, after years of experimentation, he succeeded in creating what is often regarded as the world's first permanent photograph. Using a camera obscura and a polished pewter plate coated with a light-sensitive material, he captured the view from his window. The exposure took hours, but when it was complete, the image was fixed. What had once been fleeting, a moment of light and shadow, was now locked in place. Soon after, Niepce partnered with another Frenchman, Louis Daguerre, who refined the process. In 1839, Daguerre introduced the daguerreotype to the world. It was a breakthrough, a method that produced highly detailed, permanent images on a silver-plated copper sheet. For the first time, ordinary people could see themselves and their loved ones reflected with near-perfect accuracy. Portraits that had once required the time and expense of a painted commission could now be produced in a fraction of the time, and at far lower cost. The daguerreotypes spread rapidly, sparking wonder and fascination. Families sought portraits, cities commissioned landscapes, and scientists turned their lenses toward documenting discoveries. But even as this technology spread, it was only the beginning. Throughout the 19th century, new methods followed. The calotype, which used paper negatives, the collodion process, which brought shorter exposure times, and eventually, the flexible roll film developed by George Eastman in the late 1800s. With Eastman's Kodak camera, photography moved from the domain of specialists into the hands of the general public. The cultural impact was immense. For the first time, history could be documented with a fidelity beyond words. Wars, social movements, and moments of everyday life were captured not as interpretations, but as evidence. Photography became a witness to reality, a silent recorder of truth. It allowed people separated by oceans to share images of each other. It preserved memories of childhood, family, and love in ways that outlasted memory itself. But photography was not just about personal preservation. It reshaped science. Through microscopes and telescopes paired with cameras, researchers could capture details invisible to the naked eye, from the structure of cells to the distant face of the moon. Photography advanced astronomy, medicine, and physics. It allowed humanity to study, record, and verify phenomena with precision unmatched by drawings or descriptions. As the 20th century unfolded, photography became a central part of art, communication, and culture. Newspapers and magazines used photographs to connect readers to world events. Artists explored photography not just as a documentary tool but as a creative medium. Photographs carried emotion, meaning, and perspective, giving rise to entirely new forms of visual expression. The arrival of color photography deepened the experience, bringing images closer to the vibrancy of life itself. Later, Digital photography erased the limitations of film, making it possible to take, store, and share countless images instantly. And with the rise of smartphones, photography became universal, woven into daily life as an extension of memory and communication. From Neep's grainy first image to the billions of digital photographs taken every day, the invention of photography has redefined how humanity interacts with time. It turned moments into artifacts, fleeting sights into lasting records. It gave memory permanence, history clarity, and the present a kind of immortality. Photography, at its essence, is the capture of light. Yet its impact has been far greater. It is the capture of humanity itself. Its faces, its landscapes, its triumphs, and its struggles. A silent, enduring archive of what it means to live and to witness the world. Radio. The invention of radio marked the beginning of a new era in communication. An age when voices, music, and information could travel invisibly across great distances. Before radio, human communication had always been bound to physical limitations. Letters carried by hand, signals transmitted by wires, and sounds restricted to the range of hearing. With radio, sound itself became untethered, could move through the air, across oceans, and into the homes of millions. It was a revolution not just of technology, but of connection. The roots of radio lie in the late 19th century, with the study of electromagnetic waves. In 1864, the Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell had predicted their existence through his mathematical equations. 2 decades later, Heinrich Hertz, a German physicist, proved Maxwell's theory by generating and detecting electromagnetic waves in the laboratory. These invisible vibrations of energy could travel through space, carrying information without the need for wires. Hertz himself did not foresee practical applications, but his experiments opened a path that others would follow. In the 1890s, the Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi built upon these discoveries. He developed a system that could send Morse code signals over long distances using wireless waves. By 1895, he had managed to transmit signals over a distance of more than a kilometer. A few years later, in 1901, he achieved what many thought impossible: a wireless transmission across the Atlantic Ocean. For the first time, messages could cross oceans without cables, connecting continents through invisible waves. The age of wireless communication had begun. Radio soon found practical uses in maritime communication. Ships at sea, once isolated, could now send and receive signals from shore or from other vessels. This proved invaluable for navigation and safety. During disasters, such as the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, wireless communication became a lifeline. The ability to transmit distress signals saved lives and underscored the importance of radio as a tool for survival. As the technology matured, it moved beyond Morse code. Engineers and scientists developed ways to transmit voice and music. In 1906, Canadian inventor Reginald Fessenden made one of the first known voice broadcasts, reading passages and playing music that were heard by astonished listeners. Soon after, regular radio broadcasts began to appear. By the 1920s, radio stations were emerging across Europe and the United States, bringing news, music, and entertainment directly into people's homes. The cultural impact was extraordinary. For the first time, entire nations could listen to the same voice, the same music at the same moment. Radio created a shared experience across distance and class. It connected urban centers and rural communities, informing and uniting people in ways that newspapers never could. Leaders addressed citizens directly through the airwaves. Musicians reached audiences far beyond concert halls. News traveled instantly, shaping public opinion and awareness on an unprecedented scale. Radio also played a crucial role in science and exploration. Astronomers adapted radio technology to study the cosmos, giving rise to radio astronomy. Physicists used it to probe the nature of electromagnetic waves. And engineers continued refining the technology, leading to advances in microphones, amplifiers, and transmitters that would influence later inventions such as television and radar. During the 20th century, radio became central to both daily life and historical events. It was a source of comfort during times of war, carrying reports from the front lines and speeches from leaders. It was also a medium of entertainment, broadcasting dramas, comedies, and live performances that captured the imagination of millions. For many, radio became a constant presence, a familiar voice in the background of life. Even with the rise of television and the internet, radio has endured. Its simplicity and accessibility keep it alive across the globe, from modern digital broadcasts to small community stations. In remote areas, radio remains a vital source of information. In cities, it continues to provide music, news, and voices that connect listeners to the wider world. The invention of radio transformed the invisible into the essential. What once existed only as abstract waves of energy became a lifeline of communication and a source of culture. It demonstrated humanity's ability to harness the unseen and use it to bring people together. At its core, radio is a union of science and humanity. It is Maxwell's equations brought to life, Hertz's experiments expanded into practice, Marconi's vision carried across oceans, and countless voices carried across time. It is invisible yet powerful, silent yet filled with sound, a reminder that the unseen forces of the universe can be shaped into instruments of connection, binding humanity together through the air itself. Nuclear power. The discovery of nuclear power revealed one of nature's most profound secrets: the immense energy locked inside the heart of matter itself. For most of human history, energy came from visible, tangible sources: fire, water, wind, and later coal and oil. But in the 20th century, humanity uncovered something far more powerful, hidden within the atom. It was an energy invisible to the eye, bound by the forces that hold the universe together. Its release would change the world, for better and for worse. The foundations were laid in the early 20th century, when physicists began to explore the structure of the atom. In 1896, Henri Becquerel discovered radioactivity, observing that certain materials emitted invisible rays. Soon after, Marie and Pierre Curie expanded this work, identifying new radioactive elements and showing that atoms were not indivisible, as once thought, but dynamic and energetic. The atom was no longer the smallest, unchanging unit of matter. It was a source of hidden power. In the 1930s, the German chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann achieved something unprecedented. They bombarded uranium with neutrons and discovered that the atom had split into lighter elements, releasing a tremendous burst of energy. Lise Meitner and Otto Frisch, interpreting their results, realized this was nuclear fission. The idea was astonishing. By splitting atoms, energy could be released on a scale far beyond any chemical reaction. The potential was immense, and so were the consequences. During World War II, nuclear fission was developed under the Manhattan Project. Scientists and engineers raced to harness the atom's energy for a weapon, believing it could determine the outcome of the conflict. In 1945, the world witnessed the destructive power of nuclear energy in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The devastation was overwhelming, and the event marked the beginning of the nuclear age. Humanity had unlocked a force capable of reshaping civilizations, but also of annihilating them. Yet even as nuclear power revealed its destructive side, it also held the promise of progress. Scientists envisioned reactors that could generate vast amounts of electricity by controlling fission in a safe environment. In 1951, the first experimental reactor in Idaho produced usable electricity. Soon, nuclear power plants began appearing across the world, offering an energy source that did not rely on burning fossil fuels. By splitting atoms in carefully controlled reactions, reactors could produce enormous amounts of power with relatively little fuel. Nuclear energy quickly became part of national infrastructure. Cities were powered by reactors that operated day and night, producing electricity without the smoke of coal or the emissions of oil. For many, nuclear power represented modernity, progress, and the ability of science to provide clean, abundant energy for the future. The atom, once a symbol of destruction, was now also a symbol of innovation. At the same time, nuclear power brought challenges. The safe management of radioactive materials, the risk of accidents, and the problem of long-term waste storage created concerns that could not be ignored. Events such as the accidents at 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima reminded the world of the risks inherent in harnessing such immense power. Each incident shook public confidence and forced nations to weigh the balance between potential and danger. Despite these challenges, nuclear power remains one of the most significant inventions of the modern age. It is capable of generating vast amounts of energy with minimal greenhouse gas emissions, offering a path toward addressing climate change. It is also a reminder of humanity's responsibility, the need to control forces that, if misused, could cause irreparable harm. Beyond energy production, nuclear science has advanced medicine, agriculture, and research. Radiation therapy saves countless lives in the treatment of cancer. Radioisotopes allow scientists to trace processes within the human body, study ecosystems, and develop new technologies. The same forces that split the atom for power and weapons have also given humanity new tools for healing and discovery. Nuclear power is a paradox. Immense promise entwined with immense risk. It demonstrates the brilliance of human ingenuity, the courage to explore the unseen, and the responsibility that comes with unlocking nature's deepest secrets. It reminds us that progress is never simple, that power is never neutral, and that knowledge carries weight. At its heart, nuclear power is a story of transformation. From the invisible heart of the atom to the visible lights of cities, from destruction to creation, from fear to possibility. It is proof that within the smallest building blocks of matter lies a force as vast as the stars, waiting for humanity to choose how it will be used. Satellite. The invention of the satellite carried humanity's vision beyond the limits of Earth. For the first time, machines built by human hands could orbit the planet, circling silently in the void, gathering knowledge, and sending it back to the surface below. Satellites turned the sky into a new frontier of science, communication, and exploration. They reshaped how people saw the world, literally, from above, offering a perspective once reserved only for imagination. The story began during the tense years of the Cold War, when technology and ambition pushed nations toward space. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. It was a polished metal sphere, only about the size of a beach ball, but its impact was immense. As it circled the Earth, transmitting a simple radio signal, it proved that humanity could send objects into orbit. The sound of its signal, faint but steady, was heard across the globe. It marked the beginning of the space age. The United States responded quickly, and in 1958, it launched its first satellite, Explorer 1. Unlike Sputnik, it carried scientific instruments that led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts, rings of charged particles surrounding Earth. From the beginning, satellites were not just symbols of technological achievement, but tools of knowledge. They extended human senses beyond the surface, turning space into a laboratory. The potential of satellites became clear almost immediately. They could orbit above continents and oceans, capturing data and images that would transform science, communication, and daily life. In 1960, Tyros 1, the first successful weather satellite, sent back cloud images that allowed meteorologists to track storms with accuracy never before possible. Soon after, communication satellites like Telstar began to relay television broadcasts and phone calls across oceans, erasing the distance that once separated nations. Satellites also revolutionized navigation. Systems like the Global Positioning System, or GPS, rely on constellations of satellites orbiting Earth. By measuring signals from multiple satellites, a receiver on the ground can determine its location with remarkable precision. What was once a military tool has become a part of daily life, guiding ships, airplanes, cars, and even phones in people's pockets. The ability to know one's position anywhere on Earth is one of the quiet revolutions satellites have brought to the modern world. Beyond communication and navigation, satellites have become indispensable for science. They monitor the health of the planet, measuring deforestation, tracking melting glaciers, and observing changes in the atmosphere. They provide images of Earth that allow humanity to see itself as a whole, a fragile sphere suspended in darkness. They extend vision outward as well, studying the sun, the planets, and the universe beyond. The Hubble Space Telescope, though technically more of an observatory than a conventional satellite, has shown humanity distant galaxies, nebulae, and stars in breathtaking detail. Satellites have also played critical roles in global security and cooperation. They monitor borders, track military movements, and provide early warnings of missile launches. At the same time, they enable rescue operations, humanitarian aid, and disaster response by showing where help is needed most. From war to peace, satellites are instruments of both vigilance and compassion. The influence of satellites reaches into nearly every aspect of modern life. Television broadcasts, internet connections, mobile phone signals, banking systems, and weather forecasts all depend on satellites orbiting silently above. They are so woven into the fabric of society that their presence is often unnoticed. Yet without them, the modern world would feel disconnected and unrecognizable. Despite their benefits, satellites also raise challenges. The growing number of objects in orbit has created concerns about space debris, with thousands of fragments circling Earth at high speeds. The question of how to manage and protect the space environment has become increasingly urgent. Satellites remind humanity not only of its ability to reach beyond Earth, but also of its responsibility to preserve the pathways it creates in space. From the humble beeps of Sputnik to the vast networks of satellites that surround Earth today, the invention of the satellite represents one of the greatest achievements of human ingenuity. It is the act of placing a voice, a sensor, a pair of eyes into the heavens, and allowing it to look back at the world that sent it. Satellites are both distant and intimate, separated from humanity by hundreds of kilometers of space, yet essential to the rhythm of daily life. They are silent, yet their presence is constant. They have turned the sky into a mirror, reflecting back knowledge, connection, and perspective. In their orbits, satellites carry not just technology, but the vision of humanity itself. The desire to reach higher, to see farther, and to understand more. Smartphone. The invention of the smartphone represents one of the most profound transformations in modern history. Unlike many earlier innovations, which addressed a single need, the smartphone combined countless technologies into a single device: communication, computation, photography, navigation, and access to the world's knowledge. It is both a tool and a companion, carried in the pockets of billions, shaping how humanity works, communicates, and even thinks. The origins of the smartphone lie in the convergence of two inventions: the telephone and the computer. For much of the 20th century, these technologies followed separate paths. Telephones connected voices across distances, while computers processed information and calculations. By the late 20th century, engineers began to imagine a future where these functions could merge. In 1992, IBM introduced a device called the Simon Personal Communicator, often regarded as the first true smartphone. It could make calls, send faxes, and manage contacts and schedules, all with a simple touchscreen interface. Though limited by today's standards, it hinted at a future where a single device could replace many others. Over the following years, other companies experimented with designs, creating early models that combined mobile phones with email, calendars, and basic internet access. The breakthrough came in 2007, when Apple introduced the iPhone. Unlike earlier attempts, it offered a seamless touchscreen interface, internet browsing, and an open platform for applications. It was not just a phone, it was a handheld computer, a music player, a camera, and a gateway to the digital world. The iPhone's success transformed the mobile phone industry and set the standard for what a smartphone could be. Competitors followed quickly, and within a few years, smartphones became central to daily life for millions around the world. The impact of smartphones has been immense. They have changed communication, making instant connection possible across the globe. Text messages, video calls, and social media allow people to share words, images, and experiences instantly. Families separated by oceans can see each other's faces in real time. Friends can remain connected despite distance. Information flows freely, not by the pace of letters or even emails, but by the immediacy of a tap on a screen. Smartphones have also become powerful tools of knowledge. With internet access at hand, questions that once required books or experts can be answered instantly. Navigation systems guide travelers through unfamiliar streets. Cameras capture moments and share them instantly with others. Banking, shopping, and learning can all be done from the palm of the hand. The smartphone has condensed countless separate tools, maps, calculators, radios, typewriters, and cameras, into a single object. The cultural changes have been equally significant. Smartphones have altered how people consume media, shifting attention from television and print to digital platforms. They have created new forms of entertainment, from streaming to social networks. They have also reshaped how individuals perceive time and presence, with constant notifications and the ability to be connected at every moment. For many, the smartphone is the first thing seen in the morning and the last thing touched at night. At the same time, smartphones have raised new challenges. Their constant presence blurs the boundaries between work and rest, between public and private life. The flood of information can overwhelm, and the pull of screens can distract from the physical world. Yet despite these concerns, smartphones remain indispensable. They are woven into the fabric of modern existence, guiding daily routines and shaping the flow of societies. The invention of the smartphone stands as a culmination of centuries of innovation, combining writing, printing, telecommunication, photography, radio, and computing into a single device. It is a story of convergence, where technologies once separate became united in the service of connection and access. In the span of just a few decades, the smartphone has become a universal companion, bridging distances, storing memories, and serving as an extension of human thought. It is a reflection of both progress and dependence, of opportunity and responsibility. More than a tool, it is a symbol of the digital age itself. Humanity's desire to remain connected, informed, and present in a world that moves faster than ever before. The assembly line. The assembly line represents one of the most profound transformations in human production. Before its introduction, manufacturing relied heavily on skilled craftsmen who built products from start to finish. This process was slow, expensive, and limited in scale. Each item carried the mark of individual labor, but efficiency remained constrained by time and human endurance. The core idea of the assembly line was deceptively simple. Instead of one worker assembling an entire product, the product itself would move through a sequence of stations, with each worker performing a single specialized task. This reorganization of labor reduced complexity, minimized wasted movement, and introduced a predictable rhythm to production. Time became measurable, repeatable, and optimizable. While early forms of assembly-based work existed before, the system reached its defining form in the early 20th century, particularly in industrial manufacturing. Mechanization and conveyor belts synchronized human labor with machines, creating a continuous flow of production. Tasks were standardized, tools were optimized for specific motions, and output increased dramatically. The consequences were immediate and far-reaching. Production costs dropped sharply, making goods that were once considered luxuries accessible to the average consumer. Manufacturing speed increased to levels previously unimaginable. Products became uniform, interchangeable, and reliable, establishing the foundations of mass consumption. However, the assembly line did more than change factories. It reshaped the relationship between humans and work itself. Labor became fragmented, repetitive, and tightly regulated by time. Productivity was no longer measured by craftsmanship but by output per hour. This shift altered how workers experienced their jobs and how societies organized employment. At the same time, higher efficiency allowed industries to pay wages that supported a growing middle class. Stable incomes enabled new patterns of living, consumption, and urban growth. Entire cities reorganized around industrial schedules, transportation networks, and factory systems. The influence of the assembly line extended far beyond manufacturing floors. Its logic spread into food production, logistics, construction, and even administrative work. The principles of standardization, repetition, and optimization became central to modern systems. Processes were broken down, measured, improved, and scaled. Critically, the assembly line introduced the idea that progress could be engineered through structure rather than invention alone. Innovation was no longer limited to new machines. It included new ways of organizing people, time, and movement. Efficiency itself became a technology. Over time, automation reduced the human role in many assembly processes, but the underlying concept remained intact. Even in highly automated environments, products still follow predefined sequences shaped by the same principles first established by assembly line production. The assembly line did not merely accelerate production. It redefined modern civilization's relationship with efficiency, labor, and scale. By transforming how things are made, it transformed how societies function, grow, and sustain themselves. The refrigerator. The refrigerator is one of the most quietly transformative inventions in human history. Unlike dramatic machines or visible symbols of progress, its impact unfolded gradually, embedding itself into daily life until it became indispensable. At its core, refrigeration addressed one of humanity's oldest challenges: the preservation of food. Before artificial cooling, societies relied on seasonal harvesting, drying, salting, smoking, and fermentation to slow decay. These methods extended shelf life but altered taste, nutrition, and availability. Fresh food remained a privilege of time and place. Spoilage was constant, waste was unavoidable, and foodborne illness was a persistent threat. The limits of preservation shaped diets, trade routes, and settlement patterns for centuries. The development of mechanical refrigeration introduced a controlled environment where temperature could be lowered and stabilized regardless of climate or season. By slowing the growth of bacteria and enzymes responsible for decay, refrigeration fundamentally changed the relationship between time and food. What once had to be consumed immediately could now be stored safely for days or weeks. This shift had immediate consequences for public health. Reduced spoilage meant fewer cases of food poisoning and infection. Perishable foods such as meat, dairy, and produce became safer to consume. Nutrition improved as diets expanded beyond what could be locally preserved. The refrigerator did not merely protect food, it protected people. As refrigeration spread beyond ice houses and industrial storage into homes, it reshaped domestic life. Shopping habits changed from daily procurement to planned storage. Meals became less dependent on immediate availability and more structured around convenience and preference. The kitchen evolved into a center of long-term food management rather than short-term preparation. The impact extended into cities and global supply systems. Refrigerated transport allowed food to travel vast distances without loss. Agricultural regions were no longer limited to feeding nearby populations. Fish, meat, fruits, and vegetables could cross continents, connecting producers and consumers across the world. This transformation laid the groundwork for modern global food distribution. Refrigeration also altered labor and industry. Food production shifted toward large-scale processing and storage facilities. Supermarkets replaced local markets, offering year-round access to seasonal goods. Consistency and reliability became defining features of food economies. Beyond food, refrigeration influenced medicine and science. Vaccines, blood supplies, and pharmaceuticals required stable cold storage to remain effective. Hospitals and laboratories depended on refrigeration to preserve samples, prevent contamination, and ensure treatment reliability. Modern healthcare systems could not function without controlled cooling. The refrigerator also contributed to changes in social rhythms. Preservation reduced the urgency of daily survival tasks, freeing time for work, education, and leisure. Households became less vulnerable to supply disruptions. Food security improved, particularly in urban environments where storage space was limited. Over time, technological refinements improved efficiency, reduced size, and expanded accessibility. What began as industrial machinery evolved into compact domestic appliances. Refrigeration became a silent infrastructure, operating continuously in the background of modern life. The refrigerator's significance lies not in spectacle, but in stability. It created predictability in a world once governed by decay. By slowing the natural processes of deterioration, it extended control over time itself. This quiet mastery reshaped health, commerce, and daily existence. The refrigerator did not simply preserve food. It preserved possibility, continuity, and modern living as we know it. The washing machine. The washing machine stands as one of the most socially transformative inventions of the modern era, not because of its technological complexity, but because of the labor it removed from everyday life. For most of human history, washing clothes was among the most physically demanding and time-consuming domestic tasks. It required hours of repetitive motion, heavy lifting, exposure to cold water, and constant attention. Clean clothing was not a matter of convenience, but of endurance. Before mechanization, laundering involved hauling water, heating it manually, scrubbing fabric against rough surfaces, wringing garments by hand, and waiting for long drying times. This process was repeated weekly, sometimes daily, depending on climate and living conditions. The task shaped household routines and dictated the rhythm of domestic life. Cleanliness came at a significant physical cost. The introduction of mechanical washing began as a gradual process. Early machines focused on agitation rather than automation, replacing manual scrubbing with rotating drums or paddles. Even in these early forms, the reduction in effort was substantial. Human strength was replaced by mechanical motion, and time previously spent on washing could be redirected elsewhere. As designs evolved, washing machines integrated water control, rotation cycles, and eventually electric motors. This progression transformed laundering from a full-day ordeal into a predictable, contained process. The machine assumed responsibility for consistency, pressure, and repetition, removing variability and fatigue from the task. The social consequences were profound. By drastically reducing the time required for laundry, the washing machine altered how households organized their days. Tasks that once consumed entire mornings or afternoons became background processes. This shift expanded the usable hours of daily life, enabling greater participation in education, paid work, and social activities. The washing machine also contributed to rising standards of hygiene. Clean clothes became more frequent and accessible, reducing the spread of disease and parasites. Uniform cleanliness became an expectation rather than an exception, influencing public health and social norms. In urban environments, the washing machine changed spatial organization. Dedicated wash areas replaced communal facilities. Apartment living became more practical, and household independence increased. The machine brought industrial efficiency into private space, merging domestic life with mechanical reliability. Economically, the washing machine reshaped labor distribution. Services once outsourced to laundries or domestic workers shifted into the home. This transition altered service industries and redefined household self-sufficiency. At the same time, appliance manufacturing created new industrial sectors focused on durability, standardization, and mass production. The washing machine also influenced clothing itself. Fabrics and designs adapted to mechanical cleaning. Durability, color fastness, and material resilience became priorities. Fashion evolved alongside technology, shaped by the realities of machine care. Over time, automation increased further. Timers, program cycles, and water efficiency reduced human involvement to simple input and removal. The act of washing became passive, requiring minimal attention while delivering consistent results. The significance of the washing machine lies in what it removed rather than what it added. By eliminating hours of physical labor, it returned time and energy to millions of people across generations. This redistribution of effort quietly restructured daily life, labor expectations, and social participation. The washing machine did not change history through speed or scale, but through relief. It lifted a burden that had weighed on households for centuries, and in doing so, it reshaped modern life at its most fundamental level. The elevator. The elevator is an invention that fundamentally altered the shape of human civilization by changing how space itself could be used. For most of history, vertical movement was a physical limitation that shaped architecture, population density, and social hierarchy. Buildings rarely rose beyond a few stories because stairs imposed a strict boundary on practicality. Height was a burden, not an advantage. Before mechanical elevators, upper floors were undesirable. They required effort to reach and limited the movement of people, goods, and materials. In cities, the most valuable spaces were closest to the ground, while higher levels were reserved for storage or the least privileged residents. Urban growth spread outward rather than upward, constrained by human endurance. The introduction of powered vertical transportation reversed this logic. By enabling people and cargo to move vertically with minimal effort, the elevator removed gravity as a governing force in architectural design. Height became accessible, predictable, and efficient. Buildings were no longer defined by how high people could climb, but by how high structures could be engineered. Early elevator systems focused on lifting heavy loads rather than passengers. Their adaptation for human transport required reliability and safety. The development of secure braking mechanisms transformed elevators from dangerous machines into trusted infrastructure. Once vertical movement became safe, consistent, and routine, public perception shifted rapidly. The consequences for cities were immediate. Buildings grew taller, land use intensified, and population density increased without expanding urban footprints. The skyline emerged as a defining feature of modern cities. Vertical space became economically valuable, and architecture responded with new forms and proportions. The elevator also restructured social organization within buildings. Upper floors transformed from undesirable spaces into premium locations. Views, light, and isolation from street noise became assets rather than inconveniences. Economic value migrated upward, reshaping real estate markets and urban planning. Commercial buildings depended heavily on vertical transport. Offices, hotels, and residential towers required constant, efficient circulation of people. The elevator became a silent coordinator of daily movement, shaping schedules, crowd flow, and building design. Without it, large-scale vertical workplaces would be impossible. Beyond architecture, the elevator altered how people perceived distance. Vertical travel became psychologically compressed. Moving dozens of floors required little effort and minimal time, changing spatial awareness. Height ceased to feel remote, becoming integrated into everyday routines. Technological refinements improved speed, control, and efficiency. Systems evolved to handle increasing traffic, balancing load distribution and minimizing waiting times. Elevators became synchronized networks rather than isolated machines, responding dynamically to human movement patterns. The elevator also influenced emergency planning, construction methods, and material transport. High-rise construction depended on vertical logistics long before buildings were occupied. Steel, concrete, and glass moved upward as easily as people, enabling faster and more ambitious projects. As cities grew denser, the elevator allowed vertical coexistence of thousands of individuals within a single structure. Residential life, work, commerce, and services stacked within shared space, redefining urban living. Communities formed not across streets, but across floors. The elevator's impact lies in its invisibility. It does not dominate attention, yet it governs the structure of modern cities. It made vertical civilization possible, transforming gravity from a constraint into a design parameter. The elevator did not merely lift people upward. It lifted cities themselves, redefining how humanity occupies space in the modern world. The internal combustion engine. The internal combustion engine is one of the most decisive inventions in the history of modern civilization, not because it introduced motion, but because it concentrated power into a compact, controllable form. Before its emergence, mechanical energy depended largely on external sources such as wind, water, or steam. These systems were effective but limited by location, scale, and infrastructure. Power generation required fixed environments, and movement remained constrained by distance and dependency. The internal combustion engine changed this relationship entirely. By igniting fuel within a confined chamber, it transformed chemical energy directly into mechanical motion. This process produced high power relative to size and weight, making engines portable, adaptable, and independent. Energy no longer needed to be generated in one place and transmitted elsewhere. Could travel with the machine itself. Early development focused on reliability, ignition control, and fuel efficiency. Incremental refinements improved compression, timing, and cooling. Over time, the engine became stable enough to operate continuously, predictable enough to support large-scale adoption, and flexible enough to be adapted to multiple uses. The consequences of this transformation were vast. Mobility expanded rapidly as engines were integrated into vehicles capable of operating on varied terrain and over long distances. Movement became faster, more frequent, and less dependent on external networks. Travel ceased to be an exception and became routine. Industrial production also changed. Machines powered by internal combustion engines could operate outside centralized facilities. Work moved closer to raw materials, construction sites, and remote locations. Industries gained autonomy from fixed power grids, accelerating expansion and diversification. The engine reshaped economic structures by enabling decentralized productivity. Goods could be produced, transported, and distributed with unprecedented speed. Markets expanded geographically, and supply chains became more dynamic. Distance lost its limiting power over trade and coordination. Urban environments evolved alongside engine-driven mobility. Cities expanded outward as commuting became feasible. Suburbs emerged as functional extensions of urban centers. Infrastructure adapted to accommodate vehicles, reshaping landscapes and redefining daily routines. The internal combustion engine also influenced warfare, agriculture, and logistics. Mechanized transport replaced animal labor, increasing speed and capacity. Human effort shifted from physical exertion to control and coordination. Energy became a managed resource rather than a limiting factor. As adoption grew, standardization followed. Engine components, fuels, and maintenance practices became consistent, supporting mass production and global distribution. This uniformity reinforced reliability and lowered barriers to access. Over time, efficiency improvements reduced fuel consumption and increased longevity. Engines became more durable, quieter, and more responsive. Their presence integrated seamlessly into machines that defined modern life. The internal combustion engine did not simply make machines move. It redefined movement itself. By placing power at the point of action, it dissolved spatial constraints and reshaped how societies organized work, travel, and growth. Its legacy lies in mobility without dependence, power without proximity, and motion without fixed boundaries. Through this engine, modern civilization learned to carry energy with it wherever it went. The credit card. The credit card represents a fundamental shift in how value is exchanged, recorded, and trusted within modern society. For centuries, economic transactions relied on physical representations of value. Coins, banknotes, and later checks. These systems required immediate settlement and physical presence. Money had to change hands for an exchange to be considered complete. The introduction of the credit card disrupted this direct relationship between purchase and payment. Instead of transferring money at the moment of transaction, the card introduced a delay, supported by institutional trust. Value could be accessed instantly, while settlement occurred later through an abstract financial system operating in the background. Early forms of credit existed long before cards, but they were personal, localized, and limited. Credit cards standardized and scaled this concept. A single instrument could be accepted across multiple locations, merchants, and regions. Trust shifted from individual relationships to centralized systems backed by financial institutions. This change accelerated the pace of commerce. Transactions became faster and more convenient, removing friction from everyday exchanges. The act of purchasing was reduced to a simple authorization, while complex accounting processes were handled invisibly. Consumption became detached from the physical handling of money. The credit card also reshaped consumer behavior. By separating spending from immediate payment, it altered how people perceived cost and affordability. Purchases no longer required the visible depletion of cash, changing psychological boundaries around spending. Financial decisions became less tangible and more abstract. On a systemic level, credit cards enabled the expansion of consumer economies. Retail environments adapted to accommodate rapid, high-volume transactions. Businesses benefited from reduced handling of cash and increased purchasing capacity among customers. Economic activity became more fluid and continuous. The infrastructure supporting credit cards introduced new layers of verification and security. Authorization networks, transaction records, and fraud detection systems transformed financial oversight. Every purchase became data, recorded and traceable, contributing to increasingly detailed economic mapping. The credit card also facilitated globalization. Travelers could access purchasing power without carrying large sums of cash or navigating currency exchanges. Commerce extended beyond national borders, supported by unified payment systems. International trade and tourism became more accessible and reliable. Over time, credit cards evolved beyond simple payment tools. They became identifiers, access keys, and financial profiles. Spending patterns informed risk assessment, creditworthiness, and economic forecasting. Individual behavior became integrated into large-scale financial analytics. The rise of digital commerce further amplified the importance of credit cards. Online transactions depended on remote verification rather than physical exchange. The card became a bridge between virtual marketplaces and real-world financial systems. Despite its simplicity, the credit card introduced a profound abstraction. Money became less visible, less tactile, and more symbolic. Economic participation no longer required physical currency, only authorization within a trusted system. The credit card did not change what money was, but it changed how money was experienced. It transformed exchange into a process of permission rather than possession. Through this shift, modern economies gained speed, scale, and complexity. The legacy of the credit card lies in its quiet normalization of deferred value. It taught societies to operate on trust, systems, and promises encoded in infrastructure rather than objects. In doing so, it redefined the mechanics of everyday economic life. The barcode. The barcode is one of the most understated yet structurally important inventions of the modern world. Unlike machines that transform physical labor or devices that capture attention, the barcode operates quietly, embedded within systems that manage movement, storage, and exchange. This power lies not in visibility, but in standardization. Before the barcode, tracking goods was a manual and error-prone process. Identification relied on written labels, memory, and human interpretation. As commerce expanded, this system struggled under the weight of growing volume and complexity. Errors multiplied, inventories became unreliable, and speed was limited by human processing capacity. The barcode introduced a machine-readable identity for objects. By encoding information into a pattern that could be instantly interpreted by scanners, it eliminated ambiguity. Each product became uniquely identifiable within a shared system of reference. Objects gained digital identities without changing their physical form. This transformation allowed information to move faster than goods themselves. When a barcode was scanned, data traveled instantly through databases, updating inventories, triggering orders, and recording transactions. Physical movement became synchronized with informational movement, creating a continuous flow between reality and record. Retail environments were among the first to experience the impact. Checkout processes accelerated dramatically. Prices became consistent, accounting became automated, and transaction accuracy improved. The simple act of scanning replaced manual entry, reducing labor and minimizing error. Beyond retail, the barcode reshaped logistics. Warehouses adopted automated tracking systems, enabling precise control over storage and distribution. Goods could be located, counted, and moved with unprecedented efficiency. Large-scale supply chains became manageable only because objects could be identified instantly at every stage. The barcode also standardized communication across industries. Manufacturers, distributors, and retailers operated within a shared language of identification. This interoperability removed friction between systems and organizations. Commerce scaled not just through transportation, but through coordination. As adoption spread, the barcode became a foundational layer of globalization. Products crossed borders with consistent identification, enabling seamless customs processing, inventory management, and distribution. International trade depended increasingly on the ability to track goods reliably across vast distances. The influence of the barcode extended into healthcare, manufacturing, and administration. Medical supplies, equipment, and records benefited from precise tracking. Errors decreased as identification became automated. Systems gained reliability through consistency rather than oversight. Importantly, the barcode shifted labor from interpretation to supervision. Human roles moved from reading and recording to monitoring and managing systems. Efficiency increased not through speed alone, but through reduction of cognitive load and error. Over time, barcodes evolved in form, but their principle remained constant. A simple visual pattern enabled machines to see, identify, and respond. This capability transformed physical objects into data points within larger systems of control and optimization. The barcode did not change what goods were. It changed how goods were known. By giving objects a standardized, machine-readable identity, it allowed modern economies to operate at scale without losing accuracy. Its legacy is one of invisible order. The barcode created structure within complexity, turning chaos into traceable flow. Through this quiet invention, the modern world learned to see, count, and manage itself with precision. The GPS. The Global Positioning System represents a transformation in how humanity understands location, movement, and space itself. For most of history, navigation relied on landmarks, maps, and human interpretation of the environment. Position was estimated through observation and experience, and uncertainty was an accepted part of travel. Distance and direction were never fully precise. The GPS introduced a system in which location could be calculated continuously and accurately, anywhere on the planet. By using synchronized signals and precise timing, it allowed receivers to determine their position in relation to fixed reference points in space. Location became measurable, repeatable, and independent of local conditions. This shift redefined navigation. Movement no longer required constant interpretation of surroundings. Routes could be planned with accuracy, and progress could be monitored in real time. Travel became more predictable, reducing uncertainty and error. The availability of precise positioning changed transportation systems fundamentally. Vehicles could follow optimized paths, schedules became more reliable, and coordination improved. Navigation ceased to be a skill reserved for specialists and became a built-in function of everyday movement. The GPS also altered how space was conceptualized. The world became a grid of coordinates rather than a collection of relative directions. Locations gained numerical identities that could be shared, stored, and analyzed. Space itself became data. As adoption expanded, GPS became embedded in infrastructure. Mapping systems evolved from static representations into dynamic, responsive tools. Routes adapted in real time, reflecting conditions rather than assumptions. Movement became informed rather than reactive. The influence of GPS extended into logistics and planning. Goods could be tracked continuously, improving efficiency and accountability. Time and location synchronized across systems, allowing complex operations to function with precision. On an individual level, GPS reshaped daily behavior. Navigation decisions required less cognitive effort. The need to memorize routes diminished, replaced by reliance on continuous guidance. Spatial awareness shifted from internal mapping to external systems. The system also enabled new standards of accuracy in measurement. Surveying, construction, and coordination relied on consistent positioning. Errors decreased as reference points remained stable and universal. As GPS integrated into mobile devices, it became a constant presence. Location awareness transformed services, coordination, and communication. Movement patterns became visible, analyzable, and predictable within larger systems. The GPS did not eliminate distance, but it reduced uncertainty. By making location continuously known, it reshaped how people move through the world and how systems respond to that movement. The significance lies in precision without effort. The GPS embedded spatial certainty into everyday life, transforming navigation from interpretation into calculation. Through this system, the modern world learned to locate itself with confidence. The air conditioner. The air conditioner is an invention that reshaped human settlement and productivity by altering the relationship between climate and daily life. For most of history, temperature dictated where people could live, work, and concentrate for extended periods. Heat was not merely discomfort, It was a limiting factor that influenced architecture, labor capacity, and population density. Before mechanical cooling, adaptation to heat relied on passive methods. Buildings were designed to manage airflow, shade, and insulation. Work schedules followed natural rhythms, slowing during the hottest hours. These strategies reduced exposure but did not eliminate the physiological strain imposed by high temperatures. The development of air conditioning introduced active climate control. By regulating temperature and humidity within enclosed spaces, it created stable indoor environments independent of external conditions. Heat became manageable rather than dominant. Human activity could continue uninterrupted, regardless of season or geography. This shift had immediate effects on productivity. Concentration, precision, and endurance improved in controlled environments. Offices, factories, and institutions could operate consistently throughout the year. Climate ceased to determine the pace of work, allowing schedules to become standardized. Architecture adapted rapidly. Buildings no longer depended solely on natural ventilation. Enclosed designs became feasible, enabling larger structures, sealed windows, and new materials. Urban density increased as interior comfort became predictable and scalable. The air conditioner also reshaped demographic patterns. Regions once limited by extreme heat experienced rapid growth. Populations expanded into areas previously considered marginal for large-scale settlement. Economic activity followed climate control, reshaping regional development. In domestic spaces, air conditioning altered daily routines. Sleep quality improved, indoor activities increased, and seasonal migration diminished. Homes became year-round environments rather than temporary shelters from climate extremes. Public health benefited indirectly. Controlled humidity reduced mold and heat-related stress. Indoor environments became safer and more consistent, particularly for vulnerable populations. Climate-related fatigue and illness decreased as exposure lessened. The presence of air conditioning also changed social expectations. Thermal comfort became a baseline standard rather than a luxury. Buildings, workplaces, and vehicles were designed with climate control assumed rather than optional. As systems became more efficient and widespread, air conditioning integrated into infrastructure. Power consumption patterns shifted, and energy management adapted to support continuous cooling demands. Climate control became a permanent component of modern systems. The air conditioner's influence extended beyond comfort. It reshaped how time, labor, and space were organized. By neutralizing heat as a limiting factor, it expanded the functional boundaries of civilization. The air conditioner did not change the climate itself. It changed humanity's ability to exist independently of it. Through controlled environments, modern life gained stability, consistency, and resilience in the face of natural extremes. The antibiotic mass production. The mass production of antibiotics marked a decisive turning point in human survival, not through discovery alone, but through scale and reliability. Long before antibiotics could be produced in large quantities, infections were among the leading causes of death. Minor wounds, routine surgeries, and common illnesses carried unpredictable and often fatal outcomes. Medical knowledge existed, but effective treatment was limited by availability. The challenge was not simply identifying antibacterial substances, but producing them consistently, safely, and in sufficient quantities. Early antibiotic use depended on scarce laboratory methods that could not support widespread medical needs. Treatment remained exceptional rather than standard. Mass production transformed antibiotics from experimental substances into dependable tools of medicine. Standardized processes ensured consistent potency, purity, and dosage. What had once been uncertain became measurable and controllable. Medicine gained a weapon that could be deployed reliably across populations. This shift redefined clinical practice. Infections that previously required isolation, prolonged recovery, or acceptance of risk became treatable conditions. Mortality rates dropped sharply as physicians gained confidence in intervention rather than observation. Treatment became proactive rather than reactive. Hospitals changed structurally. Surgical procedures expanded in scope and frequency as infection risk decreased. recovery times shortened, and outcomes improved. Medicine moved from cautious limitation toward controlled intervention, supported by reliable antimicrobial protection. Public health systems benefited profoundly. Widespread access to antibiotics reduced the spread of contagious diseases. Outbreaks became manageable, and preventative care gained effectiveness. The collective vulnerability of populations diminished. Mass production also standardized medical response. Treatment protocols became uniform, enabling consistent care across regions. Healthcare systems gained scalability, allowing medical services to expand without proportional increases in risk. Beyond hospitals, antibiotics influenced everyday life. Survival rates increased, childhood mortality declined, and life expectancy rose. Infections ceased to define the boundaries of human lifespan. The uncertainty that once accompanied illness receded into the background of daily existence. The psychological impact was equally significant. Confidence in medical intervention changed how societies perceived disease. Illness became a challenge to be treated rather than an inevitability to be endured. Trust in healthcare institutions strengthened as outcomes improved. The infrastructure supporting antibiotic production reinforced industrial medicine. Quality control, distribution networks, and regulatory standards became integral to healthcare systems. Medicine evolved into a coordinated, large-scale enterprise. The mass production of antibiotics did not eliminate disease, but it altered the balance between humans and microorganisms. Control replaced vulnerability, and predictability replaced fear. Through scale and standardization, medicine gained the ability to protect populations rather than individuals alone. The true impact of antibiotic mass production lies in its transformation of survival from chance to system. By making treatment reliable and accessible, it redefined what it meant to be sick in the modern world. The battery. The battery is one of the most enabling inventions of modern civilization, not because it produces energy, but because it stores it. For most of human history, power existed only at the moment it was generated. Energy had to be used immediately or it was lost. This limitation shaped technology, labor, and daily life. Activity followed availability, and continuity was fragile. The battery introduced a fundamental change by separating energy generation from energy use. Chemical reactions could now capture electrical potential and preserve it for later release. Power became portable, controllable, and independent of time and place. Energy could wait. Early batteries demonstrated a new principle rather than immediate practicality. They showed that electricity could be stored, transported, and delivered on demand. This idea alone expanded the horizon of technological possibility. Devices no longer needed to be tethered to a constant source of power. As battery technology developed, reliability and capacity improved. Energy storage became predictable. Output could be regulated, repeated, and integrated into systems. Electricity ceased to be fleeting and became dependable. The consequences of this shift were profound. Portable tools emerged that could function away from centralized infrastructure. Communication, measurement, and control devices gained mobility. Technology moved out of fixed locations and into the hands of individuals. The battery also altered the structure of electrical systems. Power grids could stabilize fluctuations through stored energy. Devices could operate smoothly despite interruptions. Continuity replaced vulnerability, and reliability became a design expectation rather than a fortunate condition. In daily life, batteries reshaped routine behavior. Devices no longer depended on proximity to outlets or generators. Movement and function became flexible. The boundary between active and inactive states blurred as power became embedded within objects themselves. Industrially, batteries enabled autonomy. Machines could operate in remote environments. Tools could be deployed where infrastructure was absent or impractical. Energy storage allowed work to occur independently of location. As batteries became smaller and more efficient, they disappeared into design. Power storage became invisible, integrated seamlessly into objects. Technology appeared autonomous, responsive, and always available. The evolution of battery chemistry increased energy density and longevity. Devices grew lighter while becoming more capable. Storage time expanded and reusability improved. Power management shifted from constant supply to planned consumption. The battery also introduced a new relationship with energy awareness. Charge levels, consumption rates, and efficiency became part of everyday thinking. Energy became something managed rather than merely consumed. On a systemic level, batteries supported resilience. Backup power systems protected critical infrastructure. Emergency continuity became possible. Stability extended beyond normal conditions into moments of disruption. The battery did not create electricity, nor did it define its use. It made electricity practical, mobile, and reliable. By allowing energy to be stored and released at will, it transformed electricity from a phenomenon into an everyday utility. The true significance of the battery lies in its quiet persistence. It operates in silence, without motion or spectacle, yet underpins modern autonomy. Through stored energy, modern life gained flexibility, continuity, and independence from immediacy. The battery turned power into potential. And through that potential, it reshaped how civilization functions, moves, and endures. The Internet Search Engine. The Internet Search Engine represents a decisive transformation in how knowledge is accessed, organized, and utilized in the modern world. Before its emergence, information on the Internet existed as a vast but fragmented collection of isolated sources. Access depended on prior knowledge of where information was located. Discovery was limited by navigation rather than availability. The search engine introduced structure to digital chaos. By systematically indexing content and making it retrievable through standardized queries, it transformed the Internet from a passive archive into an active information system. Knowledge became searchable rather than merely stored. This change fundamentally altered the relationship between individuals and information. Access no longer required expertise in source location or institutional affiliation. Information could be retrieved instantly, reducing barriers that had historically separated specialists from the general public. Search engines also introduced relevance as a measurable concept. Results were ranked, filtered, and ordered according to algorithms rather than chronology or authority alone. Information gained visibility through connection and context rather than proximity. The pace of learning accelerated. Research tasks that once required hours of manual searching could be completed in minutes. Decision-making became informed by immediate access to diverse perspectives and data points. Knowledge shifted from accumulation to retrieval. The presence of search engines reshaped education. Memorization lost prominence as the ability to locate and evaluate information gained importance. Learning became less about storage of facts and more about navigation through information landscapes. On a societal level, search engines influenced how truth and consensus formed. Widely accessed results shaped shared understanding. Visibility became a factor in perceived importance, and information hierarchy emerged from algorithmic organization. The economic impact was equally significant. Businesses adapted to a world where discoverability determined relevance. Information visibility influenced success, and digital presence became a strategic priority. Markets responded to searchability as much as to product quality. Search engines also transformed everyday behavior. Curiosity could be satisfied immediately. Uncertainty decreased as answers became accessible. Knowledge became woven into routine decisions, from planning to problem-solving. As search technology evolved, it integrated context, language, and intent. Queries became less rigid, accommodating natural expression. Interaction with information became conversational rather than procedural. The constant availability of search reshaped cognition. Memory adapted, favoring recognition over retention. Knowing how to find information became as valuable as knowing the information itself. The search engine did not create knowledge, but it redefined access to it. By organizing the digital world into retrievable structures, it made information operational. Knowledge became actionable in real time. The enduring impact of the Internet search engine lies in its transformation of information from static content into a living system. Through search, the internet became usable at scale, and knowledge became a dynamic resource integrated into everyday life. The social network. The social network represents a structural shift in how human connection is formed, maintained, and observed in the digital age. For most of history, social interaction depended on physical proximity, shared schedules, and limited communication channels. Relationships unfolded within constrained spaces and times. Visibility was local and influence traveled slowly. The emergence of digital social networks removed these constraints by creating persistent, networked spaces where interaction could occur continuously. Connection no longer depended on presence. Communication became asynchronous, scalable, and detached from geography. Social interaction transformed from an event into an ongoing state. This transformation altered the nature of identity. Individuals gained the ability to present themselves through curated profiles, visible histories, and recorded interactions. Social presence became persistent rather than momentary. Identity extended beyond physical encounters into continuously updated digital representations. Social networks also changed the mechanics of communication. Messages, reactions, and shared content compressed expression into rapid, repeatable actions. Interaction frequency increased while effort decreased. Communication became constant, woven into daily routines. The visibility of social interaction introduced a new layer of social awareness. Relationships were no longer private exchanges alone but observable patterns. Attention became quantifiable through metrics, transforming visibility into influence. Social validation gained numerical expression. Information spread differently within these networks. Content traveled through connections rather than institutions. Distribution became decentralized, shaped by engagement rather than authority. Social networks functioned as amplifiers, accelerating the movement of ideas across populations. The structure of communities evolved accordingly. Groups formed around shared interests rather than physical location. Membership became fluid, overlapping, and dynamic. Social boundaries softened as networks expanded and recombined. Social networks also reshaped time perception. Interaction no longer followed clear beginnings or endings. Conversations persisted indefinitely, reappearing through notifications and reminders. The present became continuous, with past interactions remaining accessible. Economically, social networks altered visibility and reach. Influence could emerge from connectivity rather than position. Communication scaled without proportional cost. Networks became platforms where attention itself carried value. On an individual level, social networks normalized constant awareness of others. Social comparison became ambient rather than occasional. Interaction became integrated into idle moments, filling previously empty time. The integration of social networks into everyday devices made connection ubiquitous. Social presence traveled with individuals, embedded in routine actions. Interaction became ambient, always available but rarely isolated. The social network did not invent communication. It reorganized it. By making interaction persistent, visible, and scalable, it altered how relationships form and how societies coordinate. Its lasting impact lies in the transformation of social space into a digital environment. Through networks, human connection became continuous infrastructure rather than episodic exchange. This shift redefined social life for the modern world. The container shipping system. The container shipping system represents one of the most consequential transformations in global trade, not through speed alone, but through standardization. Before its introduction, the movement of goods across long distances was slow, labor-intensive, and fragmented. Cargo was handled piece by piece, loaded and unloaded manually, and exposed to damage, theft, and delay at every transfer point. This method imposed natural limits on trade. Transportation costs remained high, transit times were unpredictable, and coordination between ships, trains, and trucks required extensive human labor. The flow of goods was constrained not by distance, but by handling. The container shipping system introduced a simple yet powerful idea. Goods could be packed once into standardized containers and remain sealed throughout their journey. These containers could move seamlessly between ships, rail cars, and trucks without repacking. The unit of transport shifted from individual items to uniform modules. Standardization transformed logistics into a system. Ports adapted to handle containers mechanically rather than manually. Cranes replaced labor crews, and loading times dropped dramatically. What once took days could be completed in hours. Efficiency became structural rather than incremental. The reliability of containerized transport reshaped planning. Schedules stabilized, losses decreased, and delays became exceptions rather than expectations. Supply chains could be designed with precision, enabling just-in-time delivery and large-scale coordination. Economically, container shipping reduced costs to an unprecedented degree. Lower transportation expenses expanded markets and encouraged specialization. Producers could reach distant consumers without prohibitive risk. Trade ceased to be regional and became truly global. The physical geography of trade also changed. Ports evolved into highly specialized hubs, connected by standardized infrastructure. Inland distribution centers emerged, extending the reach of maritime transport deep into continents. The flow of goods became continuous rather than segmented. Containerization altered labor patterns. Manual cargo handling declined, replaced by technical operation and logistics management. Productivity increased, and scale became the defining feature of transport efficiency. Industries adapted rapidly. Manufacturing, retail, and agriculture reorganized around predictable delivery. Inventory strategies shifted from storage to movement. Goods were no longer held for uncertainty. They flowed according to schedules. The container shipping system also enabled global interdependence. Products assembled from components sourced across multiple regions became viable. Supply chains spanned continents, linking economies into integrated networks. The system's influence extended beyond commerce. Infrastructure investment followed trade routes. Urban development adapted to logistics hubs. Economic growth aligned with connectivity rather than proximity. The container itself became a universal symbol of movement. Its dimensions defined ship design, port architecture, and transport equipment. A single standard reshaped an entire industry. The container shipping system did not invent trade, but it removed its friction. By making transport predictable, secure, and scalable, it enabled globalization to function as a system rather than an aspiration. Its legacy lies in invisibility. Goods arrive reliably without revealing the complex choreography behind them. Through standardized containers, the world learned to move at scale. The cloud computing. Cloud computing represents a structural transformation in how computation is accessed, distributed, and sustained. Before its emergence, digital capability was tied directly to physical ownership. Organizations and individuals depended on local machines, on-site servers, and fixed infrastructure. Computing power was limited by hardware, maintenance, and physical location. This model imposed clear boundaries. Capacity had to be planned in advance, scaled slowly, and maintained continuously. Excess capacity meant waste, while insufficient capacity meant failure. Digital growth was constrained by physical investment and logistical complexity. Cloud computing introduced a different principle. Instead of owning computational resources, users accessed them remotely as services. Processing power, storage, and networking became abstracted from physical machines. Computing shifted from a product to an on-demand utility. This abstraction transformed reliability. Systems no longer depended on single points of failure. Workloads could be distributed, duplicated, and shifted dynamically. Continuity became structural rather than conditional. Downtime ceased to be an unavoidable risk and became a managed exception. Scalability changed fundamentally. Capacity could expand or contract in response to demand without physical modification. Systems adapted in real time, aligning resources with need. Growth became fluid rather than episodic. Cloud computing also altered the economics of technology. Entry barriers lowered as infrastructure costs transformed into operational usage. Innovation no longer required large initial investment. Digital experimentation became accessible and iterative. From an organizational perspective, cloud infrastructure centralized complexity while decentralizing access. Maintenance, updates, and optimization occurred behind the interface. Users interacted with outcomes rather than mechanisms. Focus shifted from infrastructure management to application and service design. Data management evolved alongside computation. Information became location-independent, accessible from multiple environments. Collaboration became continuous as systems synchronized state across distributed users and devices. Digital workspaces gained persistence and flexibility. The cloud also reshaped software itself. Applications evolved from static installations into continuously updated services. Deployment became constant, incremental, and responsive. Software lifecycles accelerated without disrupting use. Security models adapted to scale. Rather than isolated protection, cloud systems relied on layered control, monitoring, and redundancy. Risk management became systemic, embedded within architecture rather than attached externally. Cloud computing integrated seamlessly with automation. Resources could be allocated, adjusted, and retired without human intervention. Systems became self-regulating, responding to usage patterns and performance metrics. The effect on daily digital life was subtle but pervasive. Services became consistently available across devices. Work, communication, and storage detached from specific machines. Digital continuity followed users rather than hardware. Cloud computing did not invent computation. It reorganized it. By abstracting physical infrastructure into accessible services, it transformed computing from a fixed resource into a flexible environment. The significance lies in invisibility and permanence. The cloud operates continuously, sustaining modern digital existence without demanding attention. Through it, computation became ambient, scalable, and integral to modern civilization. Ending. These inventions didn't just improve individual moments in history, they reshaped how the modern world functions every day. Their impact is so deeply embedded in our lives that it often goes unnoticed. If you found this journey meaningful, support the channel by liking the video, subscribing, and leaving a comment. And if you think this story is worth sharing, send it to your friends. Thank you for watching.